We are live from River Valley Room.
And are you ready? Okay, I would like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and Métis homelands, and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. Roll call. Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councillor Jans,
Good morning.
Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
and Councillor Tang is joining us here.
Good morning.
And I'll check other Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Oh, that was pretty muted. Good morning from you today. You want to start again?
I thought it was really pleasant.
You're breaking out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's what it was. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Rutherford,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Okay, all right. Adoption of the agenda. Councillor Hamilton?
I'll move adoption of the November 1 Executive Committee meeting.
Okay. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Salvador, you want to move the approval of the minutes?
Sure, I'll move approval of the minutes from the October 13th, 2023 Executive Committee meeting.
Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
Also in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Protocol items. I have one. I would like to take a moment to recognize that November is Family Violence Prevention Month in Alberta. Far too many Albertans still experience abusive behaviors by relatives and partners. Sadly, our province has the 3rd highest rate of self-reported spousal violence in all of Canada. But family violence can impact all ages, from seniors to children. At the City of Edmonton, we believe everyone should feel safe from physical and psychological harm. To foster safer communities, we're working with local partners to increase awareness of the many resources available to those in need. And we are taking action to prevent violence and ensure victims don't have to go it alone. For example, our city's Family Violence Prevention Team works to stop family violence, elder abuse, and gender-based violence before it starts through engagement and education. We are members of the Seniors Protection Partnership to help protect older residents by addressing high-risk abuse cases. And we have made training for City of Edmonton leaders mandatory so that they know how to identify concerning behaviors and provide help. But this work to build healthier relationships requires us all to take action. Anyone can make a difference by learning the signs of an unhealthy relationship and how to offer support. Men in particular can create change by letting others know it is never okay to induce fear or force control over others. Businesses have a role in developing a framework and policies to address family violence. Their involvement is crucial, as over half of domestic violence survivors reported at least one abusive incident at or near their workplace. Finally, all Albertans can find help to regain control of their lives and find healing for themselves and others by dialing 211 or visiting alberta.211.ca. Thank you. Items for discussion. Select items for debate. Okay. Who wants to go first? Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. I'll select 7.4 and 7.5.
7.4, 7.5.
And I see we have a speaker for 7.3, so I will select that as well. That's all.
Okay. Councillor Wright? Sorry, Councillor Jans?
Yeah, I just wanted 7.8, just for questions.
7.8. Councillor Wright?
If I could select 7.6, please.
7.6. Okay. And 7 point, I'll stack 7.1. And 7.2. Okay, so that's 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, 7.5, 7.6, 7.8. Can someone move the balance, please?
I'll move the balance.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Over to clerk. Can you please tell us what we have already approved?
So you will have to vote.
Sorry, vote, like, we got to vote on the, slide, yeah, please vote, yeah. Vote on those items.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, now you can read it back to us, what we have done.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. This morning, Executive Committee has passed the recommendations of the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, review of the Good Neighbor Plan has a revised due date of first quarter 2024. Item 5.2, feasibility study, Village at Ice District Lands, has a revised due date of first quarter 2024. And the recommendation of 7.7, increase to short-term promissory note program, will be going up to council for approval.
Okay. Thank you. Request to speak. We have a number of speakers. Councillor Salvador? Yeah.
I'll move that Executive Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. For 7.3 Affordable Housing Investment Program, Fall 2023 Grant Award, we have Murray Soroka from Jasper Place Wellness Center, remote, and Ivan Beljan from Williams Hall Limited, Beljan Development Management Limited, in person. And for 7.4 and 7.5, they're dealt with together, Climate Strategies Update, Dedicated Climate Fund, we have Sherry Heschuk in person.
Okay. Request for specific time on the agenda. Councillor Hamilton, can
So we do have...
sorry, please vote on the hearing from speakers.
We have 5 votes.
Okay. Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now on to request for specific time on agenda.
I'll move that the following item be dealt with at a specific time on the agenda. Item 7.6, the Edmonton Soccer Association item, be dealt with as the second item of business.
Okay, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor inquiries? None. Request to be dealt with a different meeting? None. Unfinished business? None. And we are into our first item of business, GEF Seniors Housing Annual Financing Reporting. Is there a presentation? Oh. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Flaman. I'm Deputy City Manager for Community Services. We just have some introductory speaking notes. We are joining you today with an information report providing an overview of Greater Edmonton Foundation, or GEF, Seniors Housing Annual Financial Reporting. This report responds to a council motion made on January 31st, 2023, and requires no additional action from committee at this time. Joining me today is Kevin Ma, the Chief Financial Officer of GEF, who would be happy to answer any questions you may have regarding the information before you. We also have Stacey Galatly with us, Branch Manager of Social Development, and Crystal Kujenner with Social Development as well. And Harm, sorry. Firstly, a bit of background. GEF is a not-for-profit organization and the largest provider of affordable seniors housing in Alberta, providing housing to almost 4,000 seniors in Edmonton. GEF is a management body established by ministerial order under the Alberta Housing Act. Under the ministerial order, the City of Edmonton is the sole member of the GEF management body, with the board comprising up to 9 members appointed by City Council. As a management body, GEF exercises its powers and functions in accordance with its ministerial order and the provisions of the Alberta Housing Act, including any agreement made under the Act. Currently, GEF submits a 4-year budget and a business plan for Council's consideration and approval as part of the City's budget process. To date, no requisition or regular reporting has been submitted by GEF to the City regarding the lodge accommodation portfolio outside of the City's budget process. We would like to shift that and will work with GEF along with the Office of the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services to align reporting requirements with the ministerial order effective fall 2024. Financial reporting for the 2022 fiscal year was developed for GEF's lodge operations and has been included as attachment 2 for this report. Moving forward in compliance with the ministerial order and the Alberta Housing Act, GEF will provide the following to the City related to lodge accommodations: 3-year business plan, annual operating and capital budgets, annual audited financial statements, and requisition for any deficits arising from lodge operations in the previous fiscal year. To ensure our due diligence as the sole management body member, the City will also request annual variance reporting comparing actuals to budget and including explanations for any significant variances, annual occupancy report for lodge accommodations, and updated building condition assessments for the lodge accommodations every 4 years. GEF will be responsible for providing and presenting the required reporting to the City. Nonprofit affordable housing providers, including GEF, are engaged regularly on challenges and opportunities to ensure an effective working relationship with the City of Edmonton. Administration will continue to work and collaborate with GEF on the much-needed housing accommodations in our city. Thank you, and we're happy to have any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Questions, colleague? Maybe I can start. GEF is absolutely a very, very important organization in the city, providing housing for seniors. I want to better understand the the history of the ministerial order and also the obligations that are put on the city, and if there are opportunities for us to have productive conversations with the provincial government about transferring some of those responsibilities back to the province, because senior operations of the seniors housing or any housing is a provincial responsibility, and we have such a strong partner in Minister Nixon and his ministry, who really are working hard to understand the realities that our city is facing. And this might be an opportunity for us to engage with them, have that conversation. So, number of questions bundled in that comment. I know if administration want to kind of comment on those.
I can start. Mayor Sohi, thank you for the question.
Yeah.
So, as you know, Greater Edmonton Foundation has a long history in the city. They've been in existence since the 1950s in Edmonton, and the ministerial order that governs the operation of lodge housing and seniors housing has also been in place for many decades now. Under the ministerial order, essentially the city and the province cost share in the operations of the lodge component of Greater Edmonton Foundation's housing stock. So what that means is it's a type of residence where seniors are provided with room and board, so they have access to a private room, but they also have access to meals that are provided as part of that. And so that housing model has been in place for a long time. Under the way that it works is that when it first started, I think the cost sharing was closer to 50-50, but over time it's evolved a little bit where the government sets an accommodation rate. The government of Alberta, that's sort of the maximum that they'll pay per person to fund the operations. And then any deficit beyond that is essentially paid for through city municipal operating funding. And it's not just the city of Edmonton. This is the case in all across the province.
Okay, so something that could be initiated through Alberta municipalities, right? So, because am I right in understanding that municipal contributions have increased, right? Has provincial contribution increased at the same pace as, or they not?
I think, our contribution has remained fairly steady since the early 2000s, but in recent years has started to go up. So it has been sort of a slow growth. It hasn't been a rapid growth by any means, but I think the conversation is certainly one that's many municipalities are interested in, and the government of Alberta actually has communicated to us previously that they're planning to do a review of the lodge program this year. Yeah, or start it very soon. And so that's one that we're really watching to look for opportunities to provide input. And we have spoken with our colleagues at the province, who we worked really closely with, about the desire for municipalities to be able to have input into that lodge review and provide our perspectives.
Yeah, because I also want to kind of understand, like, we contribute capital as well. I remember the Saka site, that's GEF. Is that a lodge as well? Is more of a different type of seniors housing?
Mr. Mayor, Sakau is an integrated building. It's a combination of affordable and lodge in the same building itself.
Because we did contribute land, and we also contributed to cash for building of that. So I'm kind of trying to separate the capital support that we provide and the operational support that we're required to provide. I'm more interested in having conversation on the operational as well. Mainly on operational, but if there's opportunity on capital, that's good too. But we should not be funding operations of housing, which is primarily, whether it's lodges or seniors housing or other housing, which is primarily a provincial responsibility, right? So that's the conversation I want to have. So would that review create that opportunity for our city to have that conversation with the provincial officials?
Yeah, we believe that it should provide that opportunity. We're still waiting for the details of what that review will encompass, like whether it'll be led by a panel or whether it will be done by ministry staff. But once we have more information about the nature of the review, we can definitely provide council with a briefing on opportunities for providing input.
And this is under Minister Nixon's portfolio.
That's correct, yeah.
And he's been phenomenal. I want to praise him as much as he can because he's been just a strong partner, and his officials and his political staff has been just phenomenal to work with. So I think there might be an opportunity for having an open, productive dialogue with them. Yeah, good. Okay, then you don't need any direction from committee to undertake that work, right? Don't, right? Okay, got it. Don't need it. Okay, got it. Okay. Councillor Tang? Oh, sorry, Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright?
Hi, yes, thank you. I'm just wondering, the review that the province is conducting, will that also include like whether or not they want to divest their interest in some of those properties that they have?
Yeah, it's unclear exactly what the scope of that review will encompass just yet, Councillor Wright, because that detail hasn't been shared with us yet. But the government of Alberta very recently completed a longer-term asset management strategy that did look at disposition of Alberta Social Housing Corporation owned assets. So I don't anticipate that anything new would arise in the Lodge review. Kevin, you might want to add something.
Councillor Wright, that process already started last year. Under that program itself, GEF received one building, Buchanan Manors, 23 units. It's an apartment itself. So this year, for 2024, we requested 3 additional buildings. I guess we will find out early next year if we can approve or not. But the main premise in terms of transferring assets to other organizations from the government is driven by the net book value of the buildings itself. So in those parameters, a lot of the buildings that they are transferring, particularly in the urban areas, is the smaller units and older buildings.
Okay, and then so then we take over responsibility of those older assets and have to upgrade them or increase maintenance costs?
No, those buildings are not part of the Lodge program itself. It's part of our affordable program, so it has nothing to do with the city's requisitions whatsoever.
Okay. And then I'm also wondering, I know there's in the report it indicates that a review is going to be completed as far as aligning the GEF's requirement for a 3-year financial plan to better align maybe with our 4-year budget cycle. Is that right? So that we, I guess, maybe have a broader view of what their needs are over when we're thinking budget?
That's correct, Councillor. We're going to try to align the reporting requirements and the budget reporting requirements with our own municipal budget timelines.
Oh, okay. That would make a lot more sense. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, Councillor Jans?
Thank you. So I hear there's going to be adjustment on the timelines. Is that correct? Building off Councillor Wright's point.
Definitely working towards that. Working with the minister, we're going to attempt that.
Yeah. So would there be an implication for our budget cycle coming up in the fall, SOBA? Or would this decision be then postponed until a future date? I'm just trying to sequence it.
So we've laid out in the report what we think the reporting requirements are and the budget reporting requirements are starting next year. And starting from there, we'll try to align them with our multi-year budget. Starting
the next year. Okay,
yeah.
Sorry, that's the confusion there. Also, I just, this may be off topic, but I noticed just with the GEF facilities in my ward, they have a very high DATS usership. Or has there been any contemplation, not just about housing, but transportation in how the province supports these residents? Because obviously many of them don't have vehicles, we don't have to pay for parking, etc. But how do we support them in their mobility and participation in the community?
Councillor Jans, one of the initiatives GF is looking into it now is that we're looking at expanding our transportation, looking at acquiring additional bus through our internal funds. It's a bigger bus, it's more accessible bus, so we're looking into that process right now.
So, but are we receiving any provincial support or acknowledgement of that or anything?
No.
Okay, that does effectively it can be very limiting for the residents and very expensive for the city. Maybe that's an area for future advocacy then, just in terms of equity for seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you so much. So on the question Councillor Jans asked about implication for this year, we're really, like, based on the timeline you laid out, it looks like any kind of requisition, if required, it'll be 2025.
It's not part of this report, Councillor Tang, but GEF has submitted a service package for consideration in this SOBA adjustment this fall.
I see, okay. Okay, so that's good to know. Can you share how much?
I can speak to the overall amount. So GF has submitted an unfunded service package for council's consideration in the 2023 fall SOBA for $2.8 million in ongoing funding, which will be used to cover 46 FTEs in the areas of housekeeping, food services, reception, and activity and wellness.
Okay. I'm curious, since the creation of GEF, when was the last time the organization exercised that right?
I don't believe there's never exercised that right from GEF.
This is the first time?
First time.
But just to be clear, Councillor Tang, there have been previous budget increases to GF through service packages. It's just that it hasn't come through a formal requisition process.
Right, yeah, fair enough. And then that 16% city contribution, can you just remind me, has it been sort of a steady increase over the years, or it's been remained fairly steady?
Yeah, I would say that it's remained fairly steady. Like, for example, between 2005 to 2012, the budget was $3.5 million. It increased in 2013 by $200,000, and then it went up $300,000 in 2017, and then $400,000 in 2019. So it's been sort of incremental increases in the hundreds of thousands in the last 10 years.
And then is it the same for the provincial contribution to that?
I would have to get back to you on the specifics of that, of the detail, but I can share that currently our funding, the city funding, is funding approximately 16% of GEF's lodge operating budget.
Just to expand on that, the government's 14%. So City of Edmonton is 16%, so it's 2% difference.
Huh.
The remainder is made up by rental income.
Right, yes, of course. And I noticed that there, I can't find it in the report, but there was there was a lower than anticipated occupancy at some point.
Yes, that's correct. During the COVID,
During COVID,
pandemic,
yep, yes.
It really affected our vacancy numbers. We're gradually ramping up to normal vacancy. But really comes down to is this, even we at full occupancy, it's not going to impact the budget much, given the fact that a lot of our residents are deeply subsidized. So we're going to be, right now, the way it's going is that probably by 2024, we'll be probably back at normalized occupancy, similar to 2019, 2020 levels.
You'll get back to that level kind of in the coming year or so. Okay, thank you. And then, so right now, what I'm hearing is that administration is working with GEF and the ministry to kind of, that's after this request has come through, the service package request has come through, but you're going to work through some of the financial challenges or gaps through, and you see that doing that through the review.
I think there's a few streams of work in there, Councillor Tang. So first, there's the service package that needs to be addressed and made a decision for the fall, and that's sort of a separate conversation. GF will be participating in the budget process, and you'll have the opportunity to ask some questions about that and to consider that. We are working with the ministry, to Harm's point, on aligning our reporting and budget processes, timelines, to the greatest extent that we can. Obviously, the province is on a different fiscal year than us, and so that can make the alignment of reporting a little bit challenging, but we're going to work through that and see if we can get on the same page. And then there's also the review of the overall program,
Gotcha.
which is looking at the broader scope of the program. And that's something that we're awaiting details on from our colleagues over at the Seniors and Housing Ministry. And once we have those details, we'll certainly be working with our folks in Intergov to formulate a city submission and loop in council with that in that effort as well.
Great. And then last question, there's a capital reserve mentioned. What's the timeline to establish that?
We're looking at fiscal 2025
Okay.
to implement the capital reserve fund. So we're in the process of working with administration to establish that over the next year and a half or so.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that concludes the questions. Let me see what the recommendation. Here you go. I'll move that the community services, November 1st, 2023, community services report CS01727 be received for information. Okay, anyone to speak? Nope. Well, thank you so much for the work, and looking forward to further engagement on this with province. And yeah, cool. All right, cool. We're done on this one. And next.
We need to vote.
Can we vote, please?
We're just missing one vote. We have 5 votes.
Got the votes? Display the votes, please. That is carried. Our second item, which is Edmonton Soccer Association Facility Access, Maintenance, and Performance.
We have a presentation.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Today we're here to discuss the information report, which responds to the request from the January 18, 2023 Executive Committee meeting for administration to provide a report to committee outlining performance measures and utilization data, options to increase community accessibility, participation in unbooked times, details on the allocation of costs for maintenance, including turf maintenance, and outreach to stakeholders to understand their experiences in assessing their facilities and their governance structure. I will turn it over to Roger Devney, who will share this presentation.
Thanks, Jen. So the Edmonton Soccer Association is an integral part of our network, providing spaces for children and youth and adults, regardless of their age, their gender, their race, their skills, to be active through the participation in soccer and many other sport and recreation activities. The Edmonton Soccer Association formed as a not-for-profit in 1985 and has a mandate to develop, operate, and maintain indoor and outdoor soccer facilities in Edmonton. The Edmonton Soccer Association has 2 joint partners, the Edmonton and District Soccer Association, which operates adult programming, and the Edmonton Minor Soccer Association. Together, these 2 organizations account for over 17,000 players across Edmonton for indoor soccer and over 24,000 players for the outdoor season. The Edmonton Soccer Association now operates 3 indoor soccer facilities and 1 outdoor soccer complex. Together, these facilities contain 14 indoor sports services, 12 that have turf on them and 2 that are concrete surfaces, 12 outdoor grass fields, and 2 outdoor artificial turf fields. They've contributed over $20 million to the capital costs of the development of these facilities. The indoor centers are sporting complexes for many different sports and leagues. Their user groups include the Edmonton District Soccer Association, Edmonton Minor Soccer Association, Ball Hockey Edmonton, the Edmonton Sport and Social Club, Greater Edmonton Lacrosse Council, the Edmonton Inline Hockey Association, Free Play for Kids, and the Edmonton Indoor Lawn Bowls Association. The Edmonton Soccer Association currently has 4 active lease agreements with the city, 1 for each of the indoor centers and 1 for the outdoor complex at Henry Singer Sports Park. Over the past 2 years, ESA's financial situation has been strained as they continue to recover from the impacts of the pandemic. Their capital reserve fund has been greatly depleted as it was needed to be used for operating expenditures, as is allowed in their lease with the consent of administration. With the south expansion comes an increase in rent payments to the city, and although the number of hours booked within the facilities are starting to return to pre-pandemic numbers, there's still a shortfall in revenue that's put a financial strain on the organization to operate effectively within their margins. The Edmonton Soccer Association has appealed to administration for financial support and submitted a 5-year business plan on how to recover from the pandemic. A restructuring of their lease payments for the South Centre in the form of a lease payment deferral and delaying contributions to the Capital Reserve Fund have been proposed and supported by administration. This financial support strategy does not have any city dollars being paid to the partner, just existing lease payments are simply being redistributed within the term of the agreement. To respond to the motion passed by committee on January 18th of this year, the Edmonton Soccer Association administration collaborated on an engagement strategy to user groups of the indoor facilities. The engagement questions were developed with a central committee motion in mind to gather direct information on the topics from the stakeholders in the facilities. The engagement was structured around the experience with allocation, facility usage, governance structure, the summary of their participation numbers, and a look at the future usage of the facilities. The responses in the engagement were widely supportive of the Edmonton Soccer Association and its practices, and the responses are captured in attachment 2 of the report today. So the Edmonton Soccer Association has seen an increase in its utilization in both prime and non-prime time hours over the past year. Access to prime time hours are still widely available with new user groups and casual users to book, as shown by last year's approximately 75% utilization of the prime time hours. So it does afford an opportunity for community to access prime time hours across the 3 indoor soccer centers. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I'll just pick up on what you said, Mr. Jevney, in regards to the lease payment deferral. So there's no having it spread out through the lease. I guess we get our money, but right now that revenue stream is impacted. Like we're not getting it into our revenue stream like this year or next year, right?
No, the organization is still responsible for covering all of their operating maintenance costs. We're not funding any of those works. What we've done is deferred some of the payments on the leases until later in the lease where they increase. So the full amount will still be paid, it's just over a different cash flow.
Right. So for 2024, do we have any of those lease payments coming in?
I might look to see if there's anybody online that can speak to exactly what's coming in 24. Yeah. So Mr. Newman's here from the Soccer Association. So they are paying the lease payments on the West Center, and we deferred the ones on the new South and the East Center.
And those are deferred until when for South and East?
Each of the leases has a certain time horizon on it. Let me just look at those for you.
Okay, while that's being looked up, maybe I'll just.
So leases, like some of them are near completion, and some are extending out into 2024, particularly around the new one in the south. So the payments have been distributed within those. And I can give you the exact numbers if we need to, but it's a lot of numbers on a lot of different years for a lot of different leases.
Okay. I guess sort of what I'm getting at is, even though we are going to recoup the money in the end, right now, right now we're missing that revenue.
Yeah, and a portion of the lease payments, but we will be made whole through the term of the lease.
Okay. But I mean, we're in a cash flow crunch ourselves right now, I think so.
Yeah, we certainly worked with real estate and the finance around our ability to absorb those deferrals, and I think we're comfortable in that plan.
Okay. And now in the report, or I guess in the motion, it was indicated to reach out to stakeholders, but we've only reached out to long-term rental groups, and I'm just wondering, and they seem to be happy because they're getting the times, but what about organizations, smaller, maybe up and coming different groups? Has there been any engagement with them?
There has, and I think, as we noted, there's only 75% of the time that's being booked now, so there is time available. There's some of the past practices around needing a certain number of hours booked in order to bring staff in to open the facility, which is a financially responsible thing to do. ESA's looked at shortening those. They're looking at improving their casual booking systems to more of an online system rather than having to deal with a booking agent. So I think they are making efforts around not only soccer, but other sports and other user groups to come in. And we've seen that with the lawn bowlers, with free play, with Edmonton Sport and Social Club. So I think right now, if groups want time, it is certainly available and it would contribute to the bottom line of the association, and they're looking actively at that, as well as repurposing the space. For a long time, the demand was there for soccer, but certainly looking at the opportunities with pickleball or basketball or tennis down the road to help fill vacant times.
Okay, awesome. And then I'm just wondering about their handling of the maintenance and that. Do we have, is there sort of a service level standard, or do we monitor or audit? Because, of course, if they don't manage the maintenance properly, that, that can lead to problems, structural components in that.
Yeah, we do, and certainly we've had to make some investments in the facility around the structural components that we're responsible for over each of the years as part of the review of the ongoing care of the facilities.
But what they've been managing ongoing has not.
Yeah, I think both
impacted what
FMS
we have
and
to do
IS kind of monitor the maintenance standards that are in place and ensure that the buildings are there. They're being well maintained. And we haven't seen any significant deterioration or breakdowns or loss of use based on their maintenance practices.
Okay, that's good. And then my other questions surround like the fees. I see that they've got a $50 season pass and that, but is there any reduced fees for lower income, or to ensure that we've got that it's accessible for all?
Certainly the organizations they set the fees for their members, the Edmonton Minor Soccer, Edmonton District Soccer, or Free Play, or Sport and Social. There is the admission fees into the facility that they do have a promotion. If you buy one pass, you can get a second one 50% off as a way to make it more affordable for families who need multiple passes. But that is a revenue stream that they have in place to help offset their operating costs.
But where we've got our leisure access passes available, based on the tiered income, they don't have anything like that?
I don't believe so, but most of the use is by booked groups, by organizations that book time in the facility. So they would have things in place for their members, like Free Play for Kids, in order to get the kids in for free. There isn't a lot of just casual drop-in time in the facility. It's not really structured that way.
My time's up. I'll come for a second round. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I just want to follow up on the access issue because I recently met with field hockey folks, and they used to have access to these soccer facilities, indoor soccer facilities, and Edmonton Soccer Association is a phenomenal organization. They provide very valuable service, and they've been trying to be as inclusive as possible. Yeah. But now the field hockey folks are unable to book these facilities, and they are forced to play in Leduc, right? So just want to get, if we have access hours available, can you follow, what are the barriers? Is anybody here from?
Yeah, Adrian Newman's here from Edmonton Soccer Association. He may be able to answer those more detailed questions better than the administration.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you so much for the work you do, and how you've been trying to accommodate other sports as well, right? Just want to get a sense from what are the barriers for field hockey to be using access hours available.
On field hockey, I'm surprised. They used our facilities for many years, and they were never told they couldn't use it. Sometimes it's just the specific hours that they want don't match with the other groups that have the priority because of the recurring bookings over the whole season. And that's the only thing I can think of. But we still have hours available for casual booking and new groups. We just, in the last few weeks, we've accepted bookings from roller derby, who have never played in our facility before, and cricket, who have taken up a 2 or 3 hour booking on every Sunday. So we accept bookings as people bring the requests to us.
Okay, maybe we'll do.
We can meet with them at any time.
Through our administration, I'll make that connection for you to have a conversation with them, because what they told me that they used to have access, now for some reason that they were not given the opportunity to book. But thank you for, and also thank you being such, I know we had this conversation last time you were in front of us, right? And you highlighted a number of things that you're doing to include other emerging sports in your facilities, right? So thank you for doing that. Yeah, good.
No problem. Thanks.
Yeah, that's the only question I had. This is to administration. I appreciate that you said that you're going to absorb some of the cost that are leasing cost. What I can't remember what it was, right? In your answer to Councillor Wright, right? Which I appreciate that, but I think what I would like to understand, whatever you're absorbing within existing resources, if that can be kind of communicated to Council as well, because we want to make sure that people understand that you're trying to stretch as much possible the existing dollars that you have, right? And this is part of a broader conversation about value for money for Edmontonians.
Yeah, we could provide that a memo. And absorb might not be the right word. It certainly will be made whole. The funds will be paid back in future years. It's just like it's more of a cash flow and a timing of the payments than us absorbing any of them or releasing the obligations of any of the payments.
Yeah, and what I'm understanding is that you're being very mindful of the financial situation that city is in, and you're trying to figure out ways of not adding more to that, and you're trying to figure out within the existing resources that you have.
That's right, and also being mindful of the financial situation that the pandemic's had on Edmonton soccer, and
Absolutely.
making sure the facility can continue to operate.
Yeah, I think that kind of, which is very good approach, and I appreciate that. It just needs to be communicated to Edmonton.
We can send that by a memo for sure.
Good, thank you so much, appreciate that. Okay, that's it for me. I'll go to Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you for being here. On the theme of emerging sports, I wanted to ask about pickleball. So you're researching how to accommodate kind of these other sports, but right now there is no additional booking for pickleball, is that right?
Yeah, we've actually spoken to a number of senior associations. We wrote to every community league in the city. We wrote to every senior association, and we've had 2 or 3 responses, and we're like feeling out the feasibility of it. One of the difficulties is that the surface that would best suit them is the concrete, but we already have so many lines on the concrete fields that to add more permanent markings would not be acceptable to the other groups. So we asked them to test out whether they could play on the turf carpet instead, and the bounce is pretty good with a pickleball, so we think it was feasible. Now, if there was enough interest, we would then go and acquire the nets and a line system, but until we've got a commitment, we don't want to incur that capital cost.
Yeah.
But there seems to be interest, and I think maybe this year was too soon, but we'll continue the dialogue, and maybe by next year we can open it up, particularly for daytime. That's what we were focusing on.
And I'm
winter.
assuming you're going to be collecting data on
Yes.
kind of the demand and interest coming
Exactly.
And I guess for administration, I know there's been conversations about capital builds for indoor pickleball and that kind of stuff, which can be really difficult. But do you see this kind of as a viable strategy in the meantime?
Yeah, I think it's a short-term strategy, and as Mr. Newman says, daytime, there's capacity in daytime, and a little bit in the evenings. The transition between sports can be challenging. And then long-term, if there's any decline in the soccer participation or the other sports, then they're looking at that opportunity to say, how do we fill that time with things like pickleball or basketball in order to continue to be financially viable?
Yeah, thanks. I'm really glad you brought up cricket, because when I read the report, I was thinking, what about cricket? Given that soccer fields are fairly large and they can have dual purpose. Are you seeing that increase on your end in terms of booking and demand for
Yes.
booking?
Well, the figures for the current year that we're just doing our budget is showing an increase that we expect of about 1,800 hours over last year. And that was part of our business plan, is we needed a year to recover. Our minor soccer group committed to bring all their under 11 age groups back into the boarded soccer program, as well as the lower tiers, the tiers 3 to tier 5. So EMSA lived up to their commitment, and they're adding another 1,000 hours. But we've also got off to a great start of the season with requests for recurring bookings and new sports. So it's looking better for this year, and the more people that come into the facility, the more they spend on admission and concessions, which helps the overall revenues. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
If I could just jump in on your remaining time, just to give the information on the lease deferral numbers, so it doesn't have to be a memo in your inbox. Total lease deferral is $618,000, and how that breaks out is for 23-24, a deferral of $418,000, and then $100,000 for 24-25, and another $100,000 for 25-26. Thank you.
Cool, thank you for that. Good. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, and thank you for those numbers, Ms. Flavin. My next question, I guess, I'm looking at the filling the unbooked time slots in the report, and it looks like you're moving all of 5 to 11-year-olds up to the North Scottish and Victoria facilities. Is that right?
The other way around. So in the past few years, EMSA allowed people to book into the Dome in Victoria at the under 11 age group as well. But this year they made a distinction. All their club programs will run at the Dome in the boardless soccer, but all the under 11 age groups will play in the boarded soccer at our 3 facilities. And the same with the tiers 3 to 5. They will only play in the boarded soccer facilities.
And Councillor, that's a decision made by Edmonton Minor Soccer, not by Edmonton Soccer Association. They chose to consolidate that U11 program in the North Centres.
Okay, I'm just, as a former soccer mom having to drive kids after work and everything. So, but it's going to be consolidated in the north?
No, from Victoria has a facility in the north and Scottish in the south, and those programs will now be moved to the 3 soccer centres, the east, the west, and the south.
Okay, I guess I was misreading the report then. Okay, so it is going to be spread around so that, okay.
Yeah.
Again, looking at accessibility and that, I mean, and it's hard for, some families, I guess, to get their kids to soccer if they don't have a vehicle. So, and those soccer centers are all on bus routes, is that right?
Yes, actually, the west is probably the least served by the transit, but we have a bus stop right outside the new South Centre, and the Victoria Trail is no problem at all. So it's pretty accessible now.
Okay, thank you. That's all the clarity I need. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. Just a very quick question around the online booking system. I apologize, I missed the beginning of the presentation. I know in the report it notes it will be coming out sort of a year from now. Could you help me understand the timeline there? I know this is a key priority that I'm hearing from with some community organizations.
Yeah, this is a sore point with us. Before the pandemic, we entered into a contract with a company called Intelligence, which actually is also hired by the City of Edmonton. And the pandemic delayed everything. And then afterwards, we had a change of staff and we were like starting from scratch. But we've ran into a lot of problems with this organization in terms of them generating the reports that will give us the revenue detail and the utilization detail by day, by all the hours used. And so until we can solve that problem, we're still having to use our old system, which doesn't have an online component. So the online component itself is the fairly easy part, but it has to be tied into a comprehensive reporting system if we're going to replace our existing system. So our board is very committed that this is a high priority, but it's just taking time. We think we made a bit of a breakthrough recently, but we've now got to test it out. So all we can do is say it is a priority, and we'd love to get it up and running as soon as possible.
Yeah, Councillor, I could add, we use the same vendor, and we're experiencing the same delays. They've just been acquired by a different firm, and some of the priority work, we're not getting our work done as quickly as we'd like as well.
Okay, great. Well, appreciate that. Appreciate this continues to be a top priority. I think from that community-facing side, it's an important one. So thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes the questions. Councillor Wright, you want to move the recommendation?
Sure, thank you. I will move that the November 1, 2023 Community Services Report CS 01660 be received for information.
Okay, we have motion on the floor. Anyone to speak? Seeing none. Councillor Wright, you want to close or we can go to vote?
I think we can just go straight to vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We are on to 7.2, Indigenous-led supportive housing projects.
Thank you. We are here to present an information report outlining ways in which the city currently supports and can continue to advocate for Indigenous-led organizations' success in future rounds of Rapid Housing Initiative or equivalent program. This report is for information only and does not require a decision at this time. The term Indigenous-led refers to the degree to which Indigenous peoples are involved in the leadership, operation, and delivery of programs and services to Indigenous peoples, as well as the degree to which Indigenous culture and worldviews are incorporated into their work. For Indigenous-led organizations, Indigenous culture and language are the core values of the organizations, both in how they organize themselves and how they operate. In terms of governance, there is Indigenous leadership at all levels of the organization. The purpose and intention of the organization is to specifically address the needs and priorities of Indigenous peoples. In Edmonton, there are varying levels of supportive housing options offered to Indigenous peoples through on-site and in-reach supports. A noteworthy example of a development like this is the RHA-funded Pimatsewin site, former Sands Hotel, operated by Niganan Housing Ventures. This development was supported by the City of Edmonton with funding of around $5 million through RHI Round 2. During our engagement efforts with Indigenous housing providers, a key takeaway is that early dialogue between funders and Indigenous-led operators on project-specific opportunities must be the starting point well before an expression of interest or request for proposals is issued. An approach to Indigenous involvement that enables and empowers involvement of Indigenous peoples through meaningful, flexible, and ongoing dialogue is an appropriate path forward in deciding how best to allocate a future supportive housing project through RHI or an equivalent program. So what is our path forward? Well, we will continue our conversations with the current stakeholders and rights holders on different ways that the city may assist them with creating new Indigenous-led supportive and affordable housing developments that they or their members would own and manage. Engagement is ongoing, and if and when another round of RHI or alternative program designed for supportive housing is announced, those program parameters will help shape an eventual decision on a recipient and how operational funding to sustain the project would be acquired. Thank you, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Maybe I'll start. So with RHI 1, 2, and 3, my understanding that we will have, I think, about 509 total supportive housing units or more.
That's approximately correct.
Okay.
I'd have to get the exact number.
Right, and some are under construction, some are coming on board, some are being occupied, which is so lovely to see some of that work undertaking. Do we know how many of that 509 will be run by Indigenous organization? And Niganan runs the one of them, and then they also run the Ambrose Place, but Ambrose Place is not part of the 500.
That's right. So for the first round, there was the 5 city-led buildings, and 2 of those are being operated by Indigenous-led providers. And we can get you the breakdown in terms of units, but I'll just go by buildings for now, if that's okay. Yeah. And then for round 2, there were 3 projects funded. One of them is Pimatsewin, which is operated by Niganan. That's the old Sands Hotel. And there's also Coliseum Inn, where the operator has not yet been determined. So that there may be an Indigenous operator involved in that, but it's too early to say. And then the third round, which we just funded, will also be going through an RFP process. Yes. And so there's a potential there for an Indigenous operator as well.
Yeah. So, supportive housing is kind of a new thing, right? It's only started in 2020. Are we seeing some kind of culturally appropriate services for particularly Indigenous Edmontonians who are houseless and struggling is important? And are we seeing outcomes that are better for the housing units that are run by Indigenous organizations?
That is a good question that we can take away and get you more information on, specifically with those buildings that we just talked about. Yeah. But as part of the community plan process, there is a thorough evaluation happening by Homeward Trust of all of the programs that it funds, which would include those buildings. Oh, so we'll be able to speak to, through that process, we'll be able to provide more details about the specifics of, but in general, I think it's fair to say that we know providing culturally appropriate services is critical to client success. Mm-hmm. And so even for the developments that are not necessarily operated by an Indigenous-led operator, most of those agencies, if not all of them, would be partnering with an Indigenous organization to bring in cultural supports to ensure that anyone they're housing has access to that.
Okay. And are they doing that under contractual obligation, or are they doing that because it's the best thing to do in order to achieve the outcomes?
Both.
Both? Okay. So their obligation for them. Okay, got it. Can you speak more about the request or desire on part of Indigenous organization having that early engagement before the RFP is issued?
Yes. So when we did the EOI process for the shelters, we did hear from them that they appreciated having the opportunity, but they also would have liked to have more of a dialogue in general as opposed to an EOI or a true RFP. We are still trying to do our best within the Indigenous framework about how to marry those larger cultural practices as well as more of the contractual obligations that we have as a city and marry those together with our Indigenous partners and try our best to find a way forward for what a future supportive housing site could look like.
And during those conversations, are you identifying capacity issues or gaps for the Indigenous organizations to be submitting applications?
Yes, very much so. And so some of that is about fitting into how we write our proposals, our qualifications, our RFP processes. And so that's something that we are taking away and trying to work through.
And you're helping build that capacity?
Yeah, absolutely. So our team is currently recruiting for an Indigenous housing liaison, which will be a full-time person that's dedicated to supporting Indigenous-led organizations with in applying for our grant programs and also any of the operating funding that we offer on the homelessness side of things.
Great. Thank you for all the great work. This is so good. Okay, with that, I will, Councilor Salvador, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks so much. One of the questions I have is just how does I believe it's called the Urban, Rural, and Northern Indigenous Housing Strategy through the federal government, how does that intersect with RHI? And is that a potential funding stream that is going to be coming online that could be applicable to this conversation, or is that different?
That's a great question. So I would say one example, there's a few things there. So obviously the federal government is encouraging Indigenous-led housing in the same way that the city is, which is wonderful to see. One of the most direct outcomes of that strategy so far has been the provision of approximately $300 million to an organization called NICHI, which is a national organization that's for us led by Indigenous agencies for Indigenous agencies. And so they just announced last week, I think it was, or 2 weeks ago, the opening of their grant funding. So we're sharing that information with the providers that we're working with to make sure that everybody, all the Indigenous-led agencies in Edmonton are aware of those opportunities.
Okay, so that would be sort of, is it NICHI? Is the overarching body, and then how, are we in any way providing support to local, Edmonton-based Indigenous organizations to connect into that funding and any additional capacity building so that they can tap in?
Yes. So even this morning, we did get a request from an organization for some assistance in helping them understand what opportunities might be available. And so we are working with them on that, and we are in communication with the different groups here, and we offer to help where we can. But the intent is, though, it still is an Indigenous-led.
One other example I'll just give, though, is, we do a lot informally that's outside of our programs. And so just a couple weeks ago, our team was meeting with senior leaders from CMHC involved in Indigenous housing. So they fund on-reserve and off-reserve programs. And so we were meeting with them just to go through our priorities, to talk about how the city wants to be a partner, and to basically say, if you're working with someone, we would like to help work with them also. So let's, share. And I would say our team is almost in constant communication with the CMHC reps for Edmonton who do Indigenous housing.
Fantastic. That is so great to hear. And I hope that fund opens the door for more projects. So, and then just a little bit more of a logistical, practical question. I know you mentioned Coliseum there's no operator selected. Are you able to provide any sort of updates around timing there?
Council has been provided with some information about what will be happening at Coliseum in a confidential memo that was sent earlier this month. So we could flag that for you again if you'd like, but it's too early to announce it's not ours to announce, if that makes sense.
Okay, all good. Yeah, just getting some questions there. That's perfect. Thank you so much for the information.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Councilor Stevenson.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the report and all the work that's going on. It's really exciting to see. I just feel like even from a year ago, there's so much progress being made, and it's really wonderful to see. So thank you so much for that. You know, I think I've talked before about some of that tension between, you know, operating versus owning buildings. Are we seeing that there's organizations that that want both, like one of those things? There's a split of organizations that want to be the owner operator, and then a split of other organizations that are more interested just in the operating side.
Yeah, we have had conversations with a number of organizations. Some have expressed a desire to be owner-operator. Others have, I don't want to necessarily say content to be an operator, but they've expressed that they have a desire in time to be an owner. And so we are having those conversations. We're also having more conversations with rights holders, so directly with the First Nations as well, about opportunities for land ownership within the city. And so those are another layer that we're working with too.
Amazing. Well, and you know, that's something I really want to acknowledge is I really appreciate the recognition and the outreach and work with both rights holders and urban-based Indigenous-led organizations. I think that's the absolute right way to go, and appreciate the focus there. You know, one piece that stood out to me was just this idea of the need to identify operating dollars. And so a tension that I feel, maybe just to clarify, Homeward Trust does not need to be the owner of a building to provide operating dollars. Is that the case? They can...
That's correct, yeah.
And so I think it's really, the piece I think is important there is that if we are relying on operating dollars that are being funneled through Homeward Trust, that there is alignment with that organization as well, that they are open to funding buildings and sort of equally prioritizing buildings that they either own or others own. Are those conversations that are happening?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's many ways that Homeward Trust supports provision of Indigenous-led housing, but also just ensuring that Indigenous clients are served, right? Like every team has a minimum target that they have to hit in terms of the number of people who identify as Indigenous that are on their caseload, because they want to make sure that teams are accepting clients that are representative of the population overall. And as we know, Indigenous people are significantly overrepresented. So that's one. They also have created guidelines for affiliated programs, which are the ones that are in buildings that aren't run by them or that may be complementary to the programs that they're offering, but not a direct relation, if that makes sense. So that's basically some standards to give some predictability to say, like, if you're interested in housing dollar or funding for supports in your program, here's some sort of clear expectations of what comes with that. And that might sound like, you know, it's just paper or whatever, but that's really helpful for predictability for people that are hoping to have funding. The other thing too is Homeward Trust, after the pandemic, in the last few months, has restarted the Project Review Committee, which is the community-led table that's made up of representatives of community that are the ones that make the decisions on which projects get funded. So it's not, so that's meant to be a transparent and open process, where the representatives on that committee are able to weigh in and get information about projects, and they're ultimately the deciders of what gets funded.
Great. Well, that's a perfect segue, actually, in terms of, you know, Councillor Salvador raised the urban, rural, and northern housing program at the federal level. I understand right now that Homeward Trust is our is Alberta's or the Prairie Province's representative or Edmonton's representative on that? No?
No, it's not Homeward Trust. There was a person who was the representative, but they were there in their capacity as being affiliated. I think it was with the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples in Alberta. So that was the representative, but that person is in a leave, has taken a leave, I understand. So I'm not sure that there is a current Alberta representative.
Interesting.
Oh, Naganan is, okay.
Oh,
I've just been told that.
Okay.
Thank you, Stu.
No, and that's great. And I, you know, maybe I'll just come around to finish off this thought, but just this idea, you know, I've heard talk at the federal level or with federal counterparts about the opportunity for the city to support the creation of an Indigenous-led housing authority, like more comparable to Homeward Trust in terms of making those system-level decisions.
So the report mentions this, but there is recently a new funding body was created. Well, it's an existing organization has assumed a new role, which is providing. It's the Red Road Healing Society, and they're taking over the administration of the Reaching Home dollars that were specific to Indigenous. So that funding used to rest with Homeward Trust, but now that funding has been transferred to the Red Road Healing Society. And Red Road Healing Society will be providing that sort of CBO function for those Indigenous specific dollars.
Interesting. I would love to come back on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you very much for the report. Lots of progress, indeed. Kind of along a similar thread, I think the provincial Indigenous housing, some of those issues, not issues, like work that came up the other day, I think at CPSC, on a separate report, and I was kind of looking for that in here, but other than mention of operational dollar, I didn't quite make that connection with what you just said around Red Road. Anything else there that like is what they're looking at in terms of Indigenous-led housing, kind of?
From the provincial perspective, yeah, they have, the provincial government has, I don't want to mess up the formal name, but it's an Indigenous capital housing program, which is meant to fund urban Indigenous-led housing projects.
So that's on the capital side.
That's correct.
And then operationally, it will still be kind of separate from all of that.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, great. And then it sounds like, while there's no RHI announcement coming now, but we will be ready once there is one for Indigenous-led housing that comes down.
Yeah, I mean, that's our intent. As you know, with these, it's sometimes sudden warning. So, but we're obviously taking all of the steps we can to try and be as ready as possible. We're and often what happens with these RHI applications too is once we sort of, we're always keeping that lens in mind when we're meeting with potential providers that have potential projects to kind of think about what's the best funding source that could be used to support that. So in that way, we also have sort of like a running short list of potential future RHI projects beyond the city-led ones.
And then we're going to be looking kind of at what we have left in the capital profile, 1990, 4100, right? How much is left?
The capital that was provided as part of the budget last fall has been fully allocated with but however, there is still some funding that was sort of put aside. I don't want to misspeak on behalf of finance, but it was put aside or held for the RHI round 3 projects. And so we still have that allocation for housing, and we're looking at how we can use those funds to help ensure that some of the RHI round 3 projects that didn't get funded could still go forward.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Councillor Stevenson. A couple of questions on the when the update on the houselessness and the plan for ending houselessness that comes up in December, right? So would we have a sense like what the gap is in supportive housing? Like we have 509, like what more we need? Right?
Yes. So I will just say though that report is coming in. It is going to be coming next year. The affordable housing strategy is coming in December. The homelessness work is a bit delayed, and it'll be coming in early Q1, Q2 next year, I think is a timing on that. But absolutely, that will be one of the things in that report is a new target around supportive housing.
Got it. Along with other gaps in that, right? So okay, good. On the we also have in the 2023-2026 budget, the $18 million that we made permanent, there's a carve out within that, right, for Indigenous-led housing.
Yes, that's correct. We have initially budgeted $5 million a year as part of our affordable housing investment program grants will be specific to Indigenous-led housing providers.
Okay, I see. So that can be can that be leveraged with some of the urban, rural, northern Indigenous housing strategy? Like,
hopefully, yeah.
Because that might actually strengthen our case. Because if we are able to contribute to some of that as we have leveraged that in the past.
Yeah, as Crystal was saying, we do have it earmarked for $5 million, but we do have the ability to flex that a little bit depending on our other AHIP stream and move dollars between the two. And we do work quite closely with the provincial government on projects that they are going to be supporting from a capital perspective. We do meet quite regularly to talk through those opportunities and see where we can coordinate. And we intend to do the same with the federal and NICHI.
Oh, got it. Okay, great. That is good. And you were established you have a very strong relationship with the Homeward Trust, and you're establishing that kind of on the way to establishing a relationship with the Red Road Healing Society.
That's correct. Yes, exactly. Our team's met with Redwood a few times now. I met with the executive director right after the announcement was made, and since then, Rachel Putt, who's leading the homelessness plan work for our team, has been meeting with them as well. And actually, today we're hosting our first of 2 days of broad agency input into the community plan, and that's at the Santa Maria Goretti, and Red Road Healing Society is there this morning.
Good. All right, that's it. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, really briefly. So I'm super excited to hear that news. When I connected with some of the folks working on the Reaching Home project, I'd understood that the Indigenous-led organizations that they were setting up were going to be they weren't going to be the decision-making body. They were just going to distribute the funds that are decided by.
I was in that meeting with you, Councillor Stevenson,
Yeah.
and it was weird.
Right?
but I think that I'm not gonna. I don't know how else to say that, but I will just say. That it does not seem that that's the way that that decision has rolled out. The intent is that they will be providing strategic oversight, and obviously there's a transition, right? Because with funding, it's not like there was $6 million unallocated sitting there. But over time, there's going to be the opportunity for them to consider, are the programs they're funding the right ones? Is there new funding they can access, and that sort of thing? And so it should provide more of a strategic role. But obviously, from the City and Homeward Trust perspective, we want to make sure that the work that we're doing is very much aligned with the work that they're doing, and so so that's part of the focus that we're trying to have right now.
That's great. That is incredibly exciting news. And then just circling back to the first question just around operating dollars, I think just going back to, again, if we are in an RHI environment again and we have buildings, I think, my worry is just that if we have an Indigenous-led organization that says, hey, we want to own this building and operate it in this way, we don't have guaranteed operating dollars. Like, I guess where I struggle is if Homeward Trust always seems like the more attractive partner because they have built-in operating dollars, that's what I struggle with, and I'm just hoping that we're coming up with an approach to address that.
Yeah, and I think about this all the time too. But I think part of the challenge is that it's not just that Homeward Trust has operating dollars already. It's that from the provincial perspective, which provides the vast majority of the operating funding, they're the entity that they want to work through in Edmonton, right? And so when we're bringing RHI projects forward, it's often to seek an increase to the overall budget for Homeward Trust, and so I think that's like a factor in consideration. There's a risk tolerance that needs to be taken, and when we're partnering with Homeward Trust, they're able to share in that risk, let's say, over a broader portfolio.
Well, and I guess it's just that idea is that Homeward Trust could still be dispersing the operating dollars, right? Like I don't think they need to own the asset in order to play that role.
For sure, but the issue is that if no additional operating dollars come, right, then they're going to have to look at how they can operate that in a way that's like financially maybe not what it may be. They may have to like look at affordable housing as a backstop, right? We had that as a strategy.
Right.
And so promising something to an agency in the absence of secured funding, risks that they would be in the position where they have to change the. Do you know what I mean?
And so then they go to affordable housing instead of the more supportive. Okay.
Which is why it's messier, right?
Yeah.
But I think a lot of, part of the reason we launched the grant program is because we share the goal of trying to have more ownership of assets. Right. And I think that's something that we're constantly thinking about, how can we do different ways? And, with hope over time, Red Road will be a really viable source of funding potentially, and, a partner that we can take to these RHI applications. But then also, this is something we're thinking through all the time.
Great. No, wonderful to hear it. And again, so appreciate the work. It's really impressive. So thank you.
Actually, one quick thing I'll note too is that there are other providers out there on the operating fund thing, and we are on the operating fund side of things. Like we recently had some success with the project in Belvedere that's being done by Treaty 8, and ISK is providing the $29 million in capital and ongoing operating funding supports. So that's another avenue that we're investigating on our side of things to see what's the goals, what's the funding availability in the future going to be like, and that might be another area for partnership too.
Great. Yeah, that's such an exciting project, and great to know that it's also innovating in terms of how that funding can roll out. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that concludes the questions. Anyone move the recommendation? I can do it. That November 1st, 2023 Community Services Report be received for information. Anyone to speak? Very quickly, just want to, again, Andre, through you to your team, and it's amazing to see the work being done, And I know that earlier on when we, got into these roles, we had tons of inquiries and reports and all that related to housing, supportive housing, and all that, right? And because this council was deeply interested in this work and the way your administration has responded, and everyone sitting on that side is amazing. I am so appreciative of the work being done and how is coming into place, right? Or maybe we're understanding it better now, right? And all the work being done. So I just want to appreciate all the work that is being done by your folks.
Appreciate that, Mayor. Thanks.
Yeah, good. Okay, please vote.
We have 5 votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are on to 7.3, Affordable Housing Investment Program, Fall 2023 Grant Award. That's another exciting thing coming forward. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
So we are here today with a report that requires a decision from committee. The Affordable Housing Investment Program provides grant funding to incentivize affordable housing development and help the city reach the goal of creating 2,700 affordable housing units across Edmonton between 2023 and 2026. The latest grant intake period ran from March 29 to July 7, 2023. Administration is recommending granting $16.7 million in funding to support 5 affordable housing developments that would result in the construction of 276 new units, or 426 bedrooms, of affordable housing in Edmonton. All units included in this round would be offered to qualified tenants at a maximum of 80% of average market rent, with 67 units offered at 50% of average market rent. To provide some context to the success of this program, some background for you. The Affordable Housing Investment Program has been providing grant funding to incentivize affordable housing development in Edmonton since 2020. To date, the program has supported the creation of 1,122 affordable housing units. This round of funding had 21 pre-application meetings, which yielded 5 eligible applications. Those 5 applications are being recommended for funding today. The program provides grant funding to eligible nonprofit and private sector entities, targeting shovel-ready proposals to encourage affordable housing development in Edmonton. It can provide up to 25% of capital construction costs to newly constructed or rehabilitated affordable housing developments. The projects we are recommending today will result in 276 new affordable housing units, or as I've mentioned, 426 affordable bedrooms, in exchange for grant funding in the amount of $16.7 million. The city's funding contribution is $45,731 per door. The average construction per unit cost for the development is $204,321. The proposed development represents a unique partnership with a diversity of non-market and market housing providers whose proposed designs thoughtfully respond to the needs of future residents. All 5 projects are considered development ready, with 4 currently under construction. First, Williams Hall Limited is proposing to rehabilitate the former YMCA Edmonton Downtown Centre at 10030 102A Avenue to create 90 new near-market affordable rental units, 90 bedrooms, for low-income young adults struggling to pay market rent. Williams Hall Limited will work with Youth Agency Collaboration and Boyle Street Community Services, who will refer eligible tenants to the units. The units will be offered at a maximum of 80% of average market rents for 20 years for a funding amount of $6.5 million. Secondly, 12621-665 Canada Association is currently constructing 2 apartment buildings at 5315 Edgemont Boulevard, with 150 of the 334 residential units to be provided for affordable housing for 20 years. Of the 150 affordable units, which is comprised of 300 bedrooms, 67 units will be provided to eligible tenants at a maximum of 50% of average market rents, and 83 units would be provided to eligible tenants at a maximum of 79% of average market rents for a funding amount of $9 million. The remaining 3 developments are all with Jasper Place Wellness Centre, who is constructing 3 12-unit bridge healing transitional accommodation buildings at 11302 97th Street and Spruce Avenue, and 16026 and 16030 100 Avenue in Glenwood. 36 units and 36 bedrooms in total. The units will remain affordable for 40 years with amounts charged to occupants not to exceed 80% of average market rents for a funding amount of $340,000 for Spruce Avenue, $406,000 for 16026 100 Avenue, and $409,000 for 16030 100 Avenue. Lots of numbers there. Thank you, and we'll be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Now we'll go to questions. Councilor Salvador, you exempt to this?
We
have
do
speakers. We have 2 speakers. Okay, I'll call your names and please identify yourself. If you're Murray Soroka, Jasper Place Wellness Center, joining us remotely. Murray, are you there?
Yes, good morning.
Good. And Ivan Beljan, Williams Hall Limited, joining in person. Please come up. I'll ask administration to step back. Yeah, come up. Yeah.
And Mayor Sohi, I believe that Murray is also for questions only.
Murray is also for questions only? Murray, questions only? You want to make some comment?
Well, I can briefly make a statement.
Why not? We have time. And Ivan, you want to make a statement too if you want to, right? So, yeah. It's good. It's good story, right? So, yeah. Good news. So, go ahead, Murray.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly say that I'm really proud of working with the city of Edmonton. We've making great progress as a city around affordable housing. Working with the city hasn't always been easy, and we haven't always seen eye to eye. But when we know better, we do better. And I think proof of that is today with this funding announcement. So I want to just thank you all for supporting this, or hopefully you will vote to support it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Murray. Ivan?
This guy here?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Ivan Belgian with Belgian Development. Started my company about 15 years ago now, a local developer. I've never spoken in front of council before, so this is a first for me. One of the things my dad taught me early on was let your work speak for itself. And you know, there's kind of 2 people in the world, one that want to talk about things to do and one that just go and do it. And so I've really held the notion of just going out and you know, living our philosophy through the work we do. So that's why you never hear from me in front of council typically, is we're just busy doing the things that we want for this city. So with Williams Hall, it's an exciting project for us. It's one that's been in our docket for quite some time. With downtown challenges, we've been nervous to start it, but I feel like this is the right place and time for this project to be triggered with the partnership with the city. And I just think this is what our downtown needs and this is what our city needs. So we're super excited by this potential partnership.
Well, thank you for your work. And also, Murray, thank you for your work as well. Now questions to both Murray and Evan. Councillor, any committee members have questions? Maybe I'll start. I'll start with Murray. On one of the projects is the same projects that city administration worked with you and Alberta Health Services, where patients from hospitals are transferred into housing and they get to stay there for a number of months before they transition back into the community?
Yes, that's correct. Alberta Health Services has expressed a desire to expand that program. So we have one building already running, and now they want to expand that program into these 3 other buildings where patients present as houseless at emergency departments are then referred to Bridge Healing. And at that point, we work with the individual to get them identification, get an income if they need to, repatriate them to their home nation or to their city, or find them a housing. So it's been very successful so far.
And province has been very supportive of that program as well, right? And the requirement to pay 80% of the market rate would that pose a barrier? Because when people coming out of hospitals, right, they probably may not have the income. Are you providing some connections to income support by helping them sign on to some of those income supports?
Yes, exactly. The Alberta Health Service is paying for all the operating costs. And so that's one of the first goals, is to help people get an income and into housing.
Okay, and do you think that the rent, the amount of rent they will be required to pay, so because the Alberta Health Services is picking up the operational cost, so that lowers the overall rent then?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Okay, then they pay 80% of their already lower rent.
Yeah, if necessary. What we're trying to do, Mr. Mayor, is to move them into affordable housing right away. So in the first 30 to 45 days, there's no rent paid at all.
Okay. Oh, sorry, say that again?
There's no rent paid initially by the patients coming into the program.
Oh, I see. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Ivan, just one quick question. Any opportunities for kind of storefront commercial or anything, right? Or because this is I walk by there often, sure. And you know, it's pretty.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, every project that we take on, we do a lot of repurposing and revitalization of buildings. Yeah. It's very important that we have the right interface with the street, and there's nothing better than retail at street level. And part of our plans is to have 2 levels of retail within the development, and especially at grade. You know, you need that activity and that draw and that reason for people to connect and see the activity inside and, you know, for the people walking by.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you so much. And once again, Councillor Salvador, questions?
Yeah, thank you so much. Really, really excited about this. Maybe just to Murray, thanks for being with us today. You know, you started to allude to it, but I'm just looking for a bit more of an update on how things have been going. I know this is quite an exciting model, and it was always discussed as being a scalable model, and something that can be replicated in other neighborhoods and other communities, just given the style and scale of the building itself. Just thoughts on that?
Yeah, we are working with a developer right now to develop 5 other lots that we have purchase and own, and we're working on a development permit right now to develop those 5 lots. That developer also has several other lots, so we're hoping that these next 5 lots will prove out the model for affordable housing even further and make an investment in further lots.
Yeah, that's really fantastic and quite exciting. And maybe just to Ivan, thanks for speaking at council. Nice to see you. I'm just wondering, you know, Belgian does fantastic work in our city. Is this a new space for you in you know, partnering with the city through the Affordable Housing Investment Program?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we partner with the city in other ways through the heritage work we do and the storefront work we do, but this is the first for us for the affordable housing route.
Okay, that's really exciting. And I guess, I also had questions about sort of that storefront activation and retail component. Is there a historic preservation component to this building, or no?
It's a 50s to 60s building. It was built in 3 phases. I wouldn't say it's you know, anything beautiful to restore. It's really brutalist architecture. There is a mural at grade that we either want to leave in place or repurpose somewhere in the building. But to be honest, I don't think it really architecturally is something that is so much worth preserving. I mean, the building is going to stay intact. The structure is going to be repurposed. If there's elements that are, you know, worth keeping, but we actually haven't had any dialogue with the heritage people on this one.
Okay, yeah, more of a curiosity, just given your past work, but really exciting to see you stepping into this space. No further questions from me. Just, yeah, excellent.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. I'm just wondering, with the William Hall place, with the you know, with storefront activation, maybe retail or something, is there any way to integrate employment with the residents or for the residents?
Quite possibly. I mean, sort of the spirit of the project, because, you know, it was the YMCA building for many decades. Really, the goal of the YMCA. I mean, they serve many things, but you know, the name YMCA stands for the Youth Men's Christians Association. So we really want to take the spirit of youth and really carry that story forward in the new project. You know, and really what we saw in the market was we wanted to bring more youth downtown. We know that people going through school, upgrading, starting their life, working in retail, what have you, they need some help on accommodations, and really that's been the target. You know, I can't say today exactly what's going to be in place there. We have a vision of what we want there, but I wouldn't see why there wouldn't be, you know, that connection between residents and some of the employment opportunities that may exist with the retail and food and beverage and some of the fitness opportunities we see for that retail space.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, you know, it'd be nice if they could work and live sort of in the same area, and especially if we're looking at what, 80% below market housing.
Correct.
So, yeah, I'm just wondering, yeah, how affordable that will still be for some of those youth.
Yeah, well below market, for sure. And, you know, again, our goal is to really be that place for people starting their life in different ways, whether it's, like I said, school or recently graduate from school, or just, you know, starting their work sort of life. So, you know, I think not having the pressure of having to pay market rent, you know, which is, you know, really more prevalent, more downtowns, having a lower cost option, just I think is going to be well served and well needed for the youth and young adults of the city.
Okay. Okay, that's all I wanted to talk about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great. Thank you both for making the time to speak today. Maybe I'll start with Ivan. Just, sorry, I think I missed the answer, but to Councillor Salvador's question. This is your first affordable housing?
Yes, it is.
And it was inspired by the motivation to kind of give back and continue, because you mentioned some of the values that really guided the work you and your company does?
Well, yeah, I could be here for a long time explaining all the reasons, but I think there's market need. I think there's an opportunity to work with the city. I think there's financial incentive to be part of that program and that solution. So I think there's a number of boxes that check for us. We also have a project that we've been just waiting to trigger in our downtown core, and we've been really nervous, to be honest.
Yeah. And was it always intended to be youth?
Yes, youthful, like, you know, what youth is a spirit, but I mean, really our target is 18 to 35-year-olds. That's always been what we envisioned.
Yeah, there's definitely, you know, high need for sure. And I was curious if you did any user research or, you know, been talking to some of the social partners.
Yeah, so we've had a lot of conversations, especially with some of the post-secondary schools, especially like Norquest. They have no student housing. They have 3,500 international students that come every year. They have a big need for affordable housing, and not only just for their international students, even for their domestic students.
Yeah.
So they've told us they could fill the building 10 times over, and that's just one group.
Yeah, we definitely hear a ton of need, especially in the student population. Are you seeing similar? Trends among your peers in the industry entering into the space, given that, you know, some projects can really check a lot of boxes and it's a win-win for everyone?
No.
What are your some, I guess, ideas of how we can stimulate that conversation further?
Yeah, I mean, you can't kid yourself. It's challenging work to be involved in this sort of sandbox. It's challenging for us too, but we didn't sign up for this to take easy work on. So we're going to learn a lot through this process, and I think for us too, it's you know, I think once we can kind of go through the process ourselves and understand how that went and what we've learned, you know, maybe we can share our experiences. I think at this point, there's not a lot I can say or do till we actually prove ourselves through the actual construction and execution of it. You know, in terms of getting others on board, I think there's, you know, at the end of the day, there's the background of every development is a financial model that has to work. We're a little different. Like I look at projects in terms of impact, and that is always my number one priority is how do we impact that street or that building, that community. And I think there's such an opportunity here to provide that impact. And, you know, I think only through executing and providing success can that then be held as, hey, you know, if these guys can do it, maybe others can.
Well, I'm very excited to hear that, and I look forward to when you can share some of the lessons learned to your peers and, you know, involve, you know, greater participation so that we can all work together. And just in my last little bit to Murray, excellent project, and I'm just want to clarify from a previous question Mayor asked. So the province is contributing operationally, but your, you know, and this grant only covers, you know, a portion of your total financing, and is province doing any of the capital side, or are those other, you know, you're seeking other grants or private donations and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, basically it's mortgages. So we're getting CMHC mortgages to build the building. So
okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So no province on the capital side. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so excited for both of these projects. You know, in terms of downtown vibrancy, I think Williams Hall, there's such great potential there, not only in terms of having more people in the core, but also addressing one of the key needs in terms of the need for affordable housing. So, you know, contributing to the streetscape, contributing to vibrancy. It looks like there's also other amenities in the building as well. There's the gym there. Can you talk about how that will be used?
Yeah, we inherited a very unique space. We have an old pool, we have squash courts, we have old hot tub recesses. So some people may look at that as a hindrance. I think it's a great way to reinvent a space. So I think fitness and you know, we have a large gymnasium there that we're going to bring back to life. I think it'll be a great amenity for the building and, you know, for hopefully other users of downtown as well. And yeah, we have, you know, as well, these squash courts that we've also reimagined as well. And the pool right now, we see that area as sort of a food and beverage area. We kind of dubbed it a beer pool, but we'll see. Like I really, because of the youthful spirit of the building, we do want to bring amenities that sort of match that and mirror that. And so we're hoping to bring some of that vibrancy in food and entertainment that attract a younger crowd to downtown, not just for the building, but for all youth in Edmonton. So
yeah, no, it's a great and really unique opportunity to bring some of those other recreation amenities to the core. So thank you for your work on that. Yeah, my only other question is, you know, how soon do you anticipate moving on this in terms of submitting building permits and getting underway?
Yeah, I think, you know, we're still finalizing our plans and finishing our building permit plan. So our goal is to start in Q1 of 24. Time is money, and, you know, we've sat on this for far too long, just from our own viewpoint. So we're very anxious to get going as well. We're waiting to hear back from some other grant applications as well at the same time, and just understanding what we have to work with before we move forward.
Great, really exciting. Thank you again so much. Maybe just very quickly to Mr. Soroka. Yeah, very excited to see more of these units coming online. Do you have a sense, just looking at your occupancy levels of the existing unit that you have, you know, again, you're expanding it with 36 new units. Do you have a sense of how many are needed to actually truly meet the demand of folks coming out of hospital and emergency rooms?
Well, currently we're only open to the Royal Alec Hospital, and they've kept those 12 units turning constantly. Once these other units open, we will be opening up to the other emergency departments in Edmonton. The Alberta Health Services has a list from, I think, of 2021 that identified 10,000 houseless users using the emergency department that year, or 10,000 unique individuals. So I don't know how accurate that number is or how clear, and they're even concerned about the accuracy of it. They think it's higher or lower. No one really knows, but it is a substantial number of people that are using the emergency department as an access point to services. They're finding we're finding a lot of these individuals are struggling to access services in other places. They have a healthcare need as well, so they're trying to access services through the emergency department. We know that 75% of the people that are coming to Bridge Healing are not on the coordinated access list yet.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, very interesting stat.
Well, that's great. I mean, I think this really speaks to some of the nuance that I think we can bring to our new homeless strategy in terms of the specific needs and, again, scaling up really successful programs like yours to help meet that need. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question about the funding. When I did the calculations, it looks like it's just over $443,000 per unit from just city dollars alone. Is that the same number you see? Maybe Mr. Sikora or Soroka?
Yes, no, our units are quite inexpensive because, again, this is not a traditional building, it's a house. So our units are costing about $150,000 a unit to build. So that 25% of that is what we're receiving.
Okay. So I'll check with administration. What about yourself, Mr. Belgian? What were your units?
Sorry, in terms of the costing or what?
Yeah, per unit?
Yeah, so.
Or sorry, not the costing, but the amount that the city contributes.
So yeah, sorry. The city's contributing $72,000 per door, and it's costing us a little over $300,000 a door. I think it's
Okay.
Yeah. 330,000.
330,000 per unit.
Yeah.
Okay. And you had said that the government of Alberta does contribute, but is that only operational costs or capital costs? Sorry, that's to both of you.
There's no funding from the province for some of these buildings, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard you say earlier that there was.
Yes, on two of the buildings, yes, there has been provincial funding in the past that helped us get it going. And then on the third building, there's strictly by mortgages that we're paying for it.
Oh, okay. All right. And then I just wanted to follow up on what Councillor Wright was saying about how 80% of market value is still not affordable to many people. And there was a speaker just the other day that had said rather than using that 80% market value as a good measurement for affordable housing, using 30% of income as a measurement. Is that something that you could be looking into, that you could be considering for affordable housing?
Yes, absolutely. We would love to be able to offer that valuation of 30% of someone's income. Again, construction costs would have to be substantially subsidized to get us to that point, whether it's from the province, the feds, or municipality, or individuals to help us reduce those costs. So, again, it costs the same amount to develop an affordable unit as it costs to develop an unaffordable unit, if I can put it that way. So the only way you're able to really reduce rents to 30% would be with a subsidy to offset the financing cost, the investment that our agency or anybody would have to make. So that's where we need more robust funding for the province, from the feds, and probably from individuals.
Okay. Great, thank you. That's it for me. I'll just ask questions of administration later. Thank you so much for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Just one last question, quick question to Ivan. I really want to benefit from your perspective on conversions, right? Because this is no office space that you're converting to residential. The AHIP grant will help. You also applied for a development incentive program, right? So just want to understand how you're making it, how is it viable for you to do it? Because we heard quite a bit yesterday that market is not conducive to conversions without deep subsidy from governments.
For sure, it's not easy. Just for clarity too, the building was multifunctional. It had what they call transitional housing. So it wasn't self-contained units. They'd have like common showers and kind of a common eating area, but they did have beds there on a number of floors, but they also had offices and what have you. Yeah, I guess it depends how you look at this. And I mean, we've built a business on repurposing buildings. So we have good experience, and I appreciate everything is so expensive these days. But I look at, what is there, and there's a lot of value in an existing building. Is you have the structure, you have the facade, and every building's a little different in terms of how you evaluate it. So you have to really look at all those pieces to understand what are you starting with, and then, what's it going to take for you to have, a completed, functional, up-to-date building. And so I wouldn't, I don't think it's a blanket, this is what every building's going to cost. I think there's a range on every building. I think you have to wear a large creative cap when you're doing these buildings and really understand a want and a need between the two. And it's not a perfect science. It's a bit of art. It's really taking what's there, doing the best you can with what's there, and then supplementing it with everything else. So it's a little bit of a hokey answer, unfortunately.
I think you're right. Like every building poses unique challenges and opportunities. So looking from building to building to building to determine that, right? So
and I've just looked at, for me anyways, it's the speed of construction is one thing. The speed of anything always costs money. So when you already have a structure up, I think your timelines are far more condensed. I think you're understanding what you're working with. So I don't know, maybe I'm a half glass full guy, but I look at all the positives that I'm walking into, really understand it as a team, and then we work within that to really push it forward. So again, I can't speak on behalf of everybody. I do think that there is a need for some incentives to really incentivize people to come downtown or repurpose a building. It's not easy work, it's very risky. So I understand that angle, and I support that as well, but I also would stress that it takes, you got to do your work too, and really see what you can bring into that equation to make the numbers work.
Good. Thank you so much, and really appreciate both of you for being here today. Murray, we have known Murray for a long time, right? So we understand how committed he is to Edmonton and the work he does in this field. So Murray, thank you so much, and we are very grateful to meet you, Ivan. And it's so nice to know that there's people like you out in the community that are committed to building better cities and really looking after people, and we are grateful, and we really appreciate your partnership with the city. Appreciate that. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Now questions to administration. Councillor, can you want to move? Any questions? Okay, questions now. Move the recommendation, please.
Yep. I'll move that the grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and Williams Hall Limited for an amount not to exceed $6.5 million as outlined in attachment 2 of the November 1st, 2023 Community Services Report CS01753 be approved, and that the agreement be in the form and content acceptable to the City Manager. 2, that a grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and 126-21665 Canada Association for an amount not to exceed $9,015,000 as outlined in Attachment 4 of the November 1st, 2023 Community Services Report CS01753 be approved, and that the agreement be in the form and content acceptable to the City Manager. 3, that a grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and Jasper Place Wellness Centre for an amount not to exceed $341,000 as outlined in Attachment 6 of the November 1st, 2023 Community Services Report CS01753 be approved, and that the agreement be in the form and content acceptable to the City Manager. 4, that a grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and Jasper Place Wellness Centre for an amount not to exceed $406,000 as outlined in Attachment 8 of the November 1st, 2023 Community Services Report CS01753 be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the City Manager. And 5, that a grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and Jasper Place Wellness Centre for an amount not to exceed $409,000 as outlined in Attachment 10 of the November 1st, 2023 Community Services Report CS01753 be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the City Manager.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. A few questions. On the Edgemont side, right? Some of the units are at 50% of the market rate, right? And that is so necessary because that deep subsidy is so required, right? And so just want to get a sense from you on that, right? That how is that made possible? How are we making that deep subsidy possible?
Are you talking about the on the Edgemont Hall?
Yeah.
That's because there's significant financing available through co-investment fund from CMHC. I think they're accessing $67 million in financing through the co-investment fund, and part of that's an unforgivable loan.
Oh, I see. So there's a flexibility in CMHC. It's not just 80% market. They can go further down to below.
That's correct. Sorry, it's 79 million. Thanks, Stacey. Has it right there.
Oh, I see. So that support is making it possible. Edgemont is a new community, right? And it doesn't have any affordable housing. So this is the first project that will, provide affordable housing options. I'm not familiar with the site. My question is related to access to public transit, right? You can make rental affordable, but if affordable transit is not available, then people are forced to find private modes of transportation, which are very, very expensive. So I just want to get a sense from you. When we look at the sites, I'm pretty sure we pay attention with the availability of affordable housing. Is affordable housing available in this case? Sorry, is public transit available in this case?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mayor Sohi. During our evaluation, there's many factors that we look at in terms of supporting projects like this. Affordability is one thing, like we've mentioned. Accessibility, energy efficiencies, and also proximity to transit, proximity to employments and things like that. Unfortunately, there's many factors that goes on to the evaluation, and in terms of the overall evaluation, there's proximity to transit, like you mentioned. This is a greenfield development, which has a little bit of disadvantage in terms of the proximity to transit, but there is transit available there, and also has the commercial being developed on site. So it's growing in terms of that particular aspects of affordable housing. It's just, it takes time on a greenfield development.
Yeah, so but there is some form of public transit available at this?
There are, yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much. Just, can you remind me where we are with the total budget that we have for supporting the AHIP program this year?
So during the 4-year budget operating cycle, we did get our full allocation of operating dollars, and so we internally allocated $15 million this year for AHIP, and then $5 million specific to the AHIP Indigenous stream. So as mentioned a little bit prior, we do have some flexibility to move those back and forth. And so we can also look to go outside of that and go into future years. And so We look at this as a full allocation of what we had originally earmarked, but we do still have flexibility.
Great, and I just want to confirm that as well, that if there's anything left unspent, that can roll forward into the next year?
Yes, we have the Affordable Housing Reserve. So
Perfect.
yeah, anything that's transferred from reserve, anything that's not spent on the grant side transfers back to reserve.
Great. And then I'm rusty on my budget allocations, but I recall that we had the operating dollars for the AHIP grant, and then we also had capital dollars, which I think were intended to match Rapid Housing Initiative. Again, recognizing that we received a different allocation than we were expecting for Rapid Housing Initiative. Is there any capital that's remaining that can be repurposed, or what's happening on the capital side of the equation?
So there is a potential increase in the capital budget that was published already, I believe.
Okay, I have not seen it
Okay,
yet.
no, sorry, maybe that wasn't, I don't want,
Oh, no,
we're
it's
looking
there.
at how we can get the capital. There was a commitment previously made. The mayor had passed a motion asking us to consider how we can reallocate internally to look at identifying additional capital. And so we've been working with finance to find a solution to that, and there'll be more forthcoming on that in the budget proceedings that are going to be happening the next few weeks.
Okay, and just to clarify too, that we're able to mobilize that capital even in the absence of a matching program like RHI?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are we able to mobilize those dollars as capital dollars versus granting dollars?
Flexibility does exist. We would have to go to council to get an adjustment to our budgets. But back to the capital, we do currently have that allocated with that abeyance that was discussed prior. You'll recall not all of our city-led projects were approved through RHI, and so we are still examining how we can move those forward, and that is the full amount of capital.
And just to, I think, answer the exact question, which Stacey just helped me on here. Thank you, Stacey. There is some flexibility to transfer between capital and operating, but obviously it's subject to a SOBA decision by council.
Okay.
But we can look at that if necessary to move a project forward.
Right, but again, yeah, so I guess what I'm hearing too is we can use those capital dollars to maybe do fewer projects that weren't funded through RHI, but we can still put those capital dollars towards them. Okay, well, thank you so much. That's great. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify something that I read in the report, and maybe I read it incorrectly. I'm trying to get an understanding. It said the total funding request was for $16.7 million contribution from the city to support $122.3 million in total proposed capital expenditure. So is that $122.3 million city coming from the city?
No, that would be leveraged by the private developers, and it could be either the former CMHC conditional financing from different private lenders or other grants.
Okay, so that's where I was confused, because the way I read it, it seemed to me that this was just a portion of the $122 million that the city contributes. But no.
Yeah, our contribution is the 16 towards the larger total development cost.
Oh, okay, good. All right. And I just wanted to, as I was asking the speakers, and Councillor Wright was saying about the 80% market value not really being a good measurement to consider it affordable housing, but rather using 30% of income as a measurement. Is that something that is considered when the city is giving out grants?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Principe. The number one criteria we look at when we're assessing which grants are to provide is the depth of affordability offered in a project. And we see today that we do have some that are below the 80% of market. But I do also want to note that we also only fund projects that do respond to housing needs that are identified in our housing needs assessment. And so the 80% of market on the one bedroom is providing rents at $852, which is not something that's widely available in the market currently and fits with serving households in core housing need. We also have an income threshold for our programs to ensure that those units go to the people that need them. So while we always want to see units offered as affordably as possible, we do, recognize that requires funding from all three orders of government, and that may not always be the case when the city's first committing funds up front, but often what we see with our commitments is we do get some additional depth of affordability when other orders of government come online, and so it's a, sort of a continual work in progress in terms of with all of our partners about how we can get those units to be as affordable as possible.
Okay, that sounds great. And you had said that $852, did you say, was 80% of market value?
On the one bedroom, yes.
On the one bedroom. Oh, okay, good. That was going to be my next question. Look at that, you already answered it. Okay, yeah, that's great. Thank you very much for those answers.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson to speak or the question? Oh, no? Okay. All right, so we concluded the questions on this item. We have motion on the floor. Now to speak. Okay. I'll start and I'll repeat again, Andre, deep appreciation for your team. You know, they're working really hard, and this is about housing people. You know, 276 families would have a new place to call home, right? And particularly those who struggle a lot and in our streets, and really appreciative of the focus on young people, and because this is in an area that we are learning more and more about, and how more and more young people are falling into hard times for various reasons. So having a stable place so that they can call home really helps them put their life together, right? So really appreciate your city administration's work, and also very appreciative of the partners and the people, members of public who made presentation, or partners with the city. And without that, their participation, these kind of joint initiative would not be possible. So deep thank to Ivan and Murray once again. Look forward to further conversation around these projects. I think we're, you know, we have huge challenges in this area. The housing needs assessment identified 49,000 households that are in core housing need, and that number is going to grow if we don't do more. And our city is stepping up. We're doing what we can, and our provincial partners are stepping up. You know, federal partners stepping up. So together, maybe we build that momentum and do more, right? So really appreciate all the work that's being done. With that, I'll go to Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thanks so much, and I'll be brief. I just want to reiterate my thanks to the speakers for being with us today and for your leadership and partnership in the affordable housing space. As we all know, there's such an urgent need in our community for stable, affordable housing, and I'm very pleased to know that the funding in front of us today will result in the creation of 276 new units, which I think amounts to 426 new bedrooms, which is fantastic. I'm also continually impressed by our ability to leverage our investment into much larger investments in collaboration with our development partners, and I think we see that today. And looking at the specific projects in front of us, I'm actually really excited to see such unique and creative affordable housing projects and typologies being funded that are targeted at diverse demographics, whether that is young folks, students, low-income families, or in the case of bridge housing, or bridge healing rather, people presenting at emergency rooms in need of support. And I too want to thank administration for your ongoing work and dedication to supporting the development of affordable housing across our city. So really looking forward to seeing these projects take shape. Thanks for the discussion.
Thank you. So please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we are moving along to 7.4 and 7.5, which are cross-referenced. Go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Joining us today for this presentation are Kim Petrin, our Deputy City Manager, Kent Snyder, Branch Manager, Planning and Environmental Services, Chandra Tamaras, Director, Environment and Climate Resilience, Harm Rai, Branch Manager of Financial Services, and Millet Pettigara, our Principal Advisor for Budget Planning and Development. To open our discussion today, I would like to provide you with some introductory remarks to set the table for the two climate-related reports at committee in front of you. Edmonton's climate actions efforts are important city building initiatives that will help shape our future as a city. This area of work will require transformational change in order to achieve our goal of climate resilience. Today's climate conversations give a snapshot at the progress to date and the funding required to advance this priority work. The first conversation is related to the progress being made on both of Edmonton's two climate strategies. And the second conversation is a report on a dedicated climate levy for one of the climate strategies, that is the energy transition strategy. Our emissions reductions progress since our report in 2022 shows mixed results. I'm happy to report that corporately, we are on track to meet our goal of being carbon neutral by 2040. Conversely, our community emission reductions are disappointingly not currently on track to meet our goal of carbon neutral by 2050. To course correct and get back to a positive progress, we understand that more effort and broader change is required, and partially this transformation change is demonstrated through the climate investments identified in the 2020 to 26 budget that we'll start talking about next week. Additionally, the corporation is actively undergoing systemic change to support the needed transformation, and particularly the transformation in culture. Examples of this change include the creation of the Chief Climate Officer, which I'm currently in the middle of a competition for, the formation of the Climate Task Force across the corporation, and the exploration of how our climate and ecological specialists are structured within planning and environmental services, which may lead to an Office of the Environment approach. The benefits from the budget investments and systemic adjustments will take time to produce measurable results, but we are confident that all of these actions, along with the increased effort, will aid in achieving our aspirations in being a carbon neutral organization and community in the future. We also must remind ourselves that there are other important conversations that are ongoing that will influence some of this work, including the ongoing OP12 exercise. As we work to implement climate action, there are going to be difficult conversations, but also lots of opportunities. Transformational change is not quick and it's not easy, and it requires ongoing commitment and leadership, and I think Council and Administration are doing that together. This is essential and challenging work, and we take stock of progress today. I'm certain we will find opportunities for making meaningful short-term and long-term impacts. And I'll now ask Chandra to present the details of our emissions reduction progress. Thank you.
Edmonton has been on a journey related to climate change issues for over 2 decades. Over the years, our understanding of greenhouse gas emissions and climate change impacts has improved. And over time, our level of effort and ambition has changed. A significant step in this journey was taken in 2019 when City Council declared a climate emergency and asked administration to bring back a revised energy transition strategy that increases Edmonton's level of ambition to be aligned with the efforts needed to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Since that declaration, Council approved Edmonton's first ever climate adaptation strategy in 2020 and approved the revised community energy transition strategy in 2021. And just last year, Council was presented with Edmonton's first ever carbon budget and funded an additional $376 million of capital and operating spending related to the energy transition strategy and $5.5 million related to climate adaptation. We are already seeing the consequences of climate change. Edmonton is one of the fastest warming regions in the world, and the science shows that our climate is expected to change even more significantly into the future. Scientists have stated that our risk of urban flooding may double, we'll experience more frequent and intense extreme weather events, and our ecosystems will change. For every degree of warming, there are significant economic and social costs for Edmonton. Growing climate risks have clear implications for city resources, local economies, and the residents who live in them and rely on access to them for services. If GHG emissions are not reduced, a study specific to Edmonton showed that by the 2050s, on average, climate change could lower Edmonton's GDP by $2.1 billion annually and $6 billion annually as early as the 27. Please note, these are updated numbers from those on the slide. Climate change is also expected to have direct physical and mental health impacts, with an additional 22,000 health incidents a year by the 2050s. Next slide, please. greenhouse gas emissions cause climate change. The City of Edmonton reports on our own corporate GHG emissions as well as emissions from the community. The City of Edmonton's 2022 corporate emissions are on track to achieving our 2040 goal of becoming a carbon neutral corporation. We have seen decreases in emissions from city facilities, transit fleet, and streetlights. However, a significant reason that corporate GHG emissions are trending favorably is due to the purchase of renewable energy certificates that offset the emissions from our corporate electricity usage. Edmonton's 2022 community emissions saw an increase from the past 2 years and did not achieve the annual target. This increase was expected by some analysts as 2020 and 2021 were outlier years due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Edmonton's high level of greenhouse gas emissions are in part due to Alberta's electricity sector, which is more greenhouse gas intensive than many other provinces, as well as we've seen increasing emissions from transportation and buildings. Other municipalities may be experiencing similar trends. For example, Calgary and Toronto also saw decreases in emissions during the COVID-19 pandemic. Unfortunately, not all Canadian municipalities publish GHG emissions publicly or at the same time schedule, so we're only able to provide a few highlights. Internationally, we know that emission reduction plans from around the world are not bold enough to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change indicates that it's likely we could exceed the 1.5 degree limit in the next couple of decades. Edmonton has started this long and important transformational journey, and progress has been made. 80% of the actions in the energy transition strategy and the climate adaptation strategy have begun. However, there are gaps in our implementation as well as actions that need to be significantly scaled up in order to reach our goals. With these actions that are underway, we know we are only at the beginning of our collective journey. The decade in front of us includes a rapid and significant scaling up of climate actions if we want to meet our goals. If we move strategically and with speed, our community can achieve large emissions reductions and prepare ourselves for the impacts of the changing climate.
A portion of the work that is underway are actions that are focused on our organization, the services we provide, as well as the infrastructure that we build and maintain. This includes small-scale renewable energy on city facilities, lighting our city with more energy-efficient lighting, providing more opportunities to move around our city with zero-emission trips, designing electric vehicle charging stations so we are shovel-ready for when funding may become available. And we've purchased renewable energy certificates to offset 100% of our corporate electricity usage. As noted, this is a key driver in us achieving our corporate emissions. We're also prepping ourselves for a changing climate, including changing our asset management planning to factor in climate change. But our reach is much further than just corporate emissions and corporate resilience. Municipal governments are directly or indirectly responsible for how community can participate in this transition and how they can be hardened to the risks of a changing climate. Next slide, please. Our actions that reduce community emissions or improve community resilience include providing incentives to nearly 2,000 homes to support the installation of renewable energy systems, the ongoing development of Blatchford, plan to be a carbon neutral community, and as well as the expansion of the LRT and mass transit systems and building out our active transportation network. And actions that increase community resilience, such as constructing low impact development projects, planting new trees, and expanding the number of temporary outdoor water stations. So as we saw from some of the examples over the last few slides, climate actions are varied. There are actions that impact the city as a corporation, and there are actions that impact us as a community. There are actions to reduce emissions and actions to improve resiliency or to respond to the impacts of climate change. So just as the actions are varied, so are their impacts. Not all actions have the same impact. There are some actions that have immediate impact, such as switching to low carbon fuels or responding to those who have been displaced during a natural disaster. And then there are other impacts that are cumulative and build over time. These actions may take a generation before the full potential of their impact is fully realized. Examples include building out the active transportation network or retrofitting large building stock. and ensuring we have a safe water supply as we grow to 2 million. And finally, there are actions that look at the foundational pieces of our society and organization, and that would allow us to accelerate the change needed to address the challenge. Next slide. City administration has begun to look at these foundational systems and processes. As mentioned, this includes a first-of-its-kind position for our organization, the Chief Climate Officer, which will better align resources with priorities and ensure that climate implications are included within corporate decision-making. Additionally, administration has established an internal climate task force, which is comprised of branch managers, and directors from across the organization. The task force will examine how we can embed climate action into everything we do as an organization. The deliverable spans from how we make decisions, ensuring our policies incorporate climate action, how we leverage our relationships with others to advance common goals, exploring how we can turn this challenge into future economic development opportunities, and lastly, how do we ensure the voices of Edmontonians are heard and no one is left behind on this journey. Also, administration will continue its work on optimizing the organizational structure to maximize efficiency and effectiveness for our important climate work through exploring the synergies available between our existing expertise in ecology and climate adaptation with the aim of elevating this expertise and perspective in the organization. We know that we need to change how we build and design our city. Given the remarkable community participation several weeks ago in the zoning bylaw public hearing, we felt it was important to highlight the work of the Climate Resilient Planning and Development Framework today. Administration will bring a report to committee in Q2 2024 that will provide a high-level framework outlining the what and when for climate change to be integrated into the development processes. This roadmap will set the scale and pace for this work. The implementation of these changes will require significant engagement with city building partners, stakeholders, and environmental groups. We will also review the feedback we heard during the public hearing and incorporate that into the framework. Next slide, please. In addition to the community feedback that we heard at zoning bylaw public hearing, administration also conducts an annual survey to gain additional perspectives of Edmontonians. The trend in the survey over the last few years seems to have solidified, and it consistently shows that about 3/4 of Edmontonians indicate that they're concerned about climate change and that action needs to be taken now. The survey results also show that virtually all Edmontonians have experienced at least one extreme weather event in the past 2 years, with this proportion increasing year over year, with the most common examples cited being increased wildfire smoke and extreme heat. A new measure in the survey was added this year, and the opinions were divided. 45% disagree with paying a tax levy to address climate change, and 34% were in agreement. A dedicated climate fund is the next topic, and you'll hear in several moments as next part of this presentation. Next slide, please. Administration will continue to working to implement climate actions as presented here, the Climate Task Force, expanding the mass transit and active transportation networks, advancing the district energy systems, improving building energy efficiency of city facilities, and next year launching the Clean Energy Improvement Program to support the community's transition on this journey. Also taking actions to improve our resilience as a community by developing a long-term climate resilient infrastructure plan. Council will have opportunities to discuss implementation gaps and funding opportunities through Operating Budget Amendment 12, commonly referred to as OP 12, discussions, and the dedicated climate fund on today's agenda as well. And so with that, I will now hand the presentation off to Harm, who's going to walk through the dedicated climate fund.
Thanks, Kent. We'll now move on to the topic of a possible dedicated fund for climate action, which could help fund implementation of the pathways of the energy transition strategy. Helping me with the presentation today is Milette Pettigera, Principal Advisor with the Budget Planning and Development Group. Next slide. The Community Energy Transition Strategy aims to reduce Edmonton's community net greenhouse gas emissions by 35% by 2025, 50% by 2030, and net zero for the community by 2050 and the corporation by 2040. The city's carbon budget, first presented as a part of the 23 to 26 operating and capital budgets, outlines the available amount of GHG emissions permitted annually for Edmonton based on emission targets out to 2050 as established by the Community Energy Transition Strategy. At the February 24, 2023 City Council meeting, a motion was made for administration to provide a report with options for a dedicated climate fund, including potential parameters and funding amounts in alignment with the energy transition strategy. Next slide. So before we get started today, I would like to set some context for the discussion. The investment needs, as you will see soon, are significant, and a dedicated tax increase has the ability to generate funding of this magnitude over a period of time. If Council wishes to implement a dedicated tax increase for the energy transition strategy, administration would return with parameters and policy considerations for the use of that funding. The City has two strategies for advancing climate change action, as Kent discussed previously: the Energy Transition Strategy, which is to transition to a low-carbon future, and the Climate Resilience Adaptation Strategy to prepare for changing climate. This report focuses only on the Energy Transition Strategy, as directed through the Council motion. The funding need for the Energy Transition Strategy is significant, and Council has identified this as one of their priorities. Estimating the funding required to address the carbon reduction targets requires administration to make various high-level assumptions to build these estimates. The report provides high-level estimates by the 4 pathways included in the strategy over the next 27 years. At this time, the specific project-level detail in each of the pathways over the next 27 years has not been determined. As such, the high-level cost estimates are intended to provide an order of magnitude for a dedicated climate fund by pathway. Changes in technologies, as well as the economic, political, and regulatory environments could change the cost estimates over that time horizon. Based on what we know today, this is our high-level estimate of the investment required. If a dedicated fund is implemented by Council, administration would bring forward detailed project-level investments for discussion with Council to be funded through this fund through future budget discussions. We would also return with detailed costing on specific projects and specific projects we would want to invest in for each pathway. The pace of the investment and the nature of projects invested in over the years may also change based on various factors, including how we are progressing towards our emission reduction targets. Today, the discussion is intended to focus on whether Council desires to begin building the dedicated fund for the energy transition strategy. I'll now ask Milap to go over the details of the dedicated tax increase for the strategy.
Thanks, Harm. Meeting the carbon reduction targets set in Edmonton's community energy transition strategy will require significant levels of private and public investment. Currently, by 2050, the community is forecasting to emit 12.8 million tons of CO2 annually. In order to have net zero emissions by 2050, the Community Energy Transition Strategy requires approximately $41.7 billion of public and private investment over the next 27 years. The level of investment required to advance elements of the strategy that the city has control over and can implement under its own initiative is estimated to be approximately $8.27 billion. The city does not have the fiscal capacity to generate $8.27 billion of additional funding on its own initiative through property tax alone, nor does it have the legislative authority to levy alternative revenue tools. If costs were distributed equally between the 3 orders of government, targeted city funding would be $2.76 billion. This is the estimated amount of the dedicated fund that would be required to support Edmonton's contribution towards the community reduction targets. The report provides an option where this funding can be implemented through a dedicated tax increase for the energy transition strategy. This funding can only address the city's contribution towards these larger emission targets. Next slide. This table breaks down the $8.27 billion operating and capital funding requirements for the strategy by pathway over the next 27 years, from 2024 to 2050. The funding requirements ramp up annually from 2024 to 2039 and ramp down year over year after 2039, with the city share of 1/3 being $2.76 billion. A larger investment is required in early years in order to be able to generate the cumulative emission reductions required by 2050. With carbon emission reduction strategies, often you will see a heavier investment in earlier years to generate the cumulative emission impacts required to meet the ultimate targets. Again, I want to emphasize that the level of investment by year and specific projects within each pathway can shift over the time horizon. These are high-level estimates to provide an order of magnitude of required funding to help determine what a dedicated tax increase could look like. Through each 4-year budget cycle, administration will bring forward detailed projects and initiatives to invest in with the dedicated funding specific to each pathway. Next slide. This table illustrates the estimated dedicated tax increase needed to fund the city's $2.76 billion funding requirement. There is an estimated total tax increase of 6.7% over 10 years, from 2024 to 2033. By 2033, this funding strategy will generate $170.8 million in annual ongoing tax levy funding. No further tax increases would be required after 2033. Taking a closer look, this funding strategy would require a 0.8% tax increase in 2024, a 0.7% increase in 2025, and a 0.7% increase in 2026, for a total tax increase in the current 23 to 26 budget cycle of 2.2%. From 2027 to 2033, the annual increases range from 0.45 to 0.8%. Next slide. The annual funding requirements of the energy transition strategy are nonlinear, ramping up year over year until 2039 and then ramping down year over year from 2040 onward. This is shown by the blue bars. As I mentioned before, the city's funding requirement is needed in earlier years in order to generate the cumulative emissions reductions required by 2050. The dedicated tax levy, shown by the red line, increases year over year from 2024 to 2033, and then is flat for the remainder of the forecast term. As a result, the dedicated tax levy increases will produce funding excesses and shortfalls at different times due to the difference between the tax levy revenues and the expenses. Should this dedicated tax levy increase funding strategy be implemented, a reserve would also be required to manage these variable cash flows. After 2040, there would be excess tax levy generated for the remainder of the forecast term, shown by the green bars. At that time, the city could choose to use these excess funds to further invest in other climate change initiatives, reallocate the funding towards other priorities, reduce the tax levy requirements, or some combination of all three. Attachment 5 in the report reflects the $170.8 million annual funding after 2024 remaining in the base operating budget until the end of 2050, the year the community is targeting to have net zero carbon emissions. This would generate approximately $3.8 billion in total funding from 2024 to 2050, which would be close to $1 billion more than the city's required investment. Next slide. This concludes our presentation on these items. We'd be glad to take any of your questions after hearing from public speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are past 12 p.m. now. Is Sherry Heschuk here in person or joining remotely?
She is remote.
She is remote. Sherry, are you able to come back at 1:30, or if not, we can extend the order of the day, but we may have questions to her.
Sorry, orders of the day resume at 3:45, so it's quite prolonged.
Yes.
Yes, 3:45 is fine.
Sorry, Sherry, are you able to come back at 3:45?
Definitely, but I'd rather do it now.
The issue is that we have another meeting scheduled that we need to get to after lunch. Council members may have questions to you, right? So maybe what we can do is let's hear from you, right? And see how many questions your presentation generates, then we'll make that decision. Okay? Can we extend the order of the day to hear from the from member public?
Yeah, I'll move that we extend the orders of the day to hear from the member of the public.
Okay. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, councillors.
I'm a yes if it's not coming up for vote.
Yes as well.
If we could maybe just seek unanimous consent, we're just having a couple issues with eScribe.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Sohi, we have 5 votes
yes
in the
as well.
affirmative. Yeah.
So it's, okay, great. Okay. Sherry, go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you, council members. Thank you, Mayor Sohi, for allowing me to speak on behalf of, I guess it's my community and then my family household. Next slide, please. The city will acquire funds for the dedicated climate fund in part from advocacy for the 2.6 billion. We just heard from the administrators, and those will reduce our carbon emissions, hopefully. It will cause also an affordable way that we can meet the goals of being carbon neutral as a corporation and as a community by 2050, which we are at this point not on track to make. So according to the Urban Planning and Economy report that was on October 26th, the Energy Transition Strategy and Climate Adaptation Strategy Implementation operating service packages, the administration has also submitted leveraging property taxes. Next slide, please. This will enable a dedicated fund to grow our transit, ridership upgrades, and active transportation, and partially implementation of the energy transit strategies. I feel that the effects of reduced income and increased expenses are also something to take into account, as we see that only 34% of those surveyed support a dedicated climate action levy. Next slide, please. So often what we're looking at is, I'm trying to be very positive here, climate mitigation. I met Mayor Sohi, a wonderful green shirt that he was wearing at our first event for Neighboring for Climate with Abundant Community Edmonton and Change for Climate. I appreciated that we're looking into making mitigation adaptation something that can we engage with our blocks and our communities, and to embolden residents that with one action, this toolkit, that they can actually spur some of these activities on. And I would encourage the Chief Climate Officer and the new team supporting this, there'll be real benefits to include these and will be supported in a lot of the engagements that we are hoping to see. And then next slide, please. My next slide. It looks like my heat pump movie did not come through. Oh, maybe it did. If you can click on that, if not, we'll go to the next slide because the movie, yeah. So just to give you some expectations of what's happened in Germany, I guess I'm using across the borders to have a look at participating households. But what they could be doing with having a heat pump, they could contribute to climate protection, obviously energy transition. And I guess what I'm asking for is if Germany can do this in 2008, why does it take a whole year for the city to actually acknowledge this? And that's my question to you formally. Next slide, please. Today, my presentation will also go through some of these ideas about what are cost savings. Next slide, please. My decision to act on the SDG ensure affordable energy and reliable, sustainable energy resources was to actually create, to invest in a heat pump. Next slide. In my home, a smaller bungalow with energy upgrades that were supported by the Clean Energy Improvement Program, or CEAP, financed for me an Energy Star window, a hot water electrified tank, and an air force heat pump. What's interesting is the upgrades that I needed to make from my 1950s electrical panel cost exactly what it says for the equipment, which was $3,400. So there are incurred costs to making sure that your electrical panel is upgraded. Next slide, please. I feel that there is a place for looking at how we make these policies, I guess, outright focus as well as highlight them, because we're looking at emissions in the Department of we're looking at emissions that effectively are very cost prohibitive. So I think it's an important part that we actually have a sustainability program within our dedicated climate fund. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I have 30 seconds. Really important to know that Empowerment Me is also another advocacy and partnership that was not mentioned in your report. Next slide, please. What are our climate risks? It's our municipality's authority to have a safe, healthy welfare for all of those who are protected by the city. And last slide, please. That our Edmonton plan also is designed to help us with these activities. And last slide, thank you. And last slide.
Well, thank you, Sherry, for joining us. Thank you for making a presentation. And so any questions to Sherry? Great. No, thank you so much for advocacy, Sherry. We will be back at 3:45. And
thank you very much.
We'll resume with the conversations then. Thanks.
Thank you.
Until then, we are on the recess. Here, I am here. Council Salvador? Council Jans? Here you go. Council Salvador, you there now? Okay, we will start. Councillor Wright, go ahead, please.
Hi, thank you very much. Ms. Petron, one of the slides you referenced, 22,000 health incidents. Could you elaborate on what that is and what the public health impact is?
Councillor Wright, I'm going to pass it to Chandra here to share some follow-up feedback on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so when the adaptation strategy was being developed, we did some work to understand what the physical, social, economic, and health implications of a changing climate could mean for Edmonton. And so the 22,000 health incidents represents how a changing climate will increase health risks within our community. So there would be, for example, direct injuries due to increasing weather extremes. There'd be also items or events such as additional cardiac or respiratory diseases due to higher temperatures or smoke events. There'd be incidents associated with new pests that can transmit new diseases to humans, like Lyme disease. And then a portion of those impacts were also due to mental health impacts, due to increased stress from environmental conditions like extreme weather events, so stress, anxiety, depression. So those are numbers that are in increase. On some incidents, some events, for example, like cold temperature exposure would decrease, but overall it's a net increase of 22,000 additional health incidents a year.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to relate that to sort of real life. Okay, and then I'm looking at the slide 20 on the dedicated climate fund, or I guess 19 as well, and the tax increase, I guess, to achieve this within 10 years. What if we half that? So I see you've got like 15.5 million. What if we only had 8 million? How long would that take? It wouldn't necessarily be double 10 years, would it?
So Councilor Wright, yeah, any like if you half the investment, I would say it would take twice the amount of time to raise that dedicated tax levy amount. So yes, in short.
Oh, it's not. Okay, I guess it's not invested, like it wouldn't have compound interest or anything like that, because the money would be used. Is that right?
Correct. It would be a dedicated tax levy.
Okay. I was just wondering if there was some way to reduce the tax implication, but still get to where we need to go. But okay, thanks very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for these reports. I thought they were really thorough and comprehensive. Maybe I'll just start with some broad questions before I get into specifics around the potential for a dedicated levy. Did we engage with ETCRC on these two pieces?
So at the September ETCRC meeting, we presented the results, the GHG results. That's about when we are able to have them calculated in the year. So it's quite a lagging indicator in that way before we get all the QA/QC data. And then we talked about the changes in the reporting cycle. But in terms of the dedicated tax levy, it was very much a financial exercise that was calculating what the costs would be. So we didn't engage ETCRC on the costing of the actions.
Okay. On the reporting, I guess just what was some of the feedback that the committee provided on the reporting cycles?
I think overall supportive. They definitely expressed that they don't think we should move away from presenting results annually. But I think they were supportive overall of the general approach of kind of improving our reporting and the detailed information that we could provide.
Okay, that's helpful. And then for the climate task force, have a few questions on that piece. So I guess, is the task force more focused on corporate emissions reductions, or is it corporate and community? Is it more like internally focused, external? Trying to get a grasp on that.
My view is it's both, Councillor. I mean, definitely some focus on the internal stuff that we can control, and in many ways with those leaders at the table, we can do that faster, I think. But also many of those leaders are responsible for community influence activities that we're doing as well. So a bit of both, depending on the agenda, and Kent can maybe speak. We've had 2 or 3 meetings now of the task force, so.
We've had 2 meetings so far. Absolutely, it's a blending of both internal and external. I think we're starting mostly with the internal components first. I'm talking about how we make decisions and our governance, understanding that when we lead, others can react and their path is clear. So we're doing the leadership component first and making sure all the prerequisites for community involvement are in place. But it does have an external component as well.
And I would say, Councillor, if I just add one other thing, is one of the main sort of immediate first tasks for that task force is to help us change the culture in the city, which was, something we had discussed with the committee.
Yeah, absolutely. And can you help me understand, what is the interaction going to be like with the committee, with ETCRC and the task force? Because my understanding is that there's not necessarily someone from ETCRC on the task force, but I assume there would be some sort of cross-pollination collaboration.
Yes, so ETCRC advises council. But we do want to utilize that expertise on eTrack. So we're not looking for the committee to provide the work plan or necessarily the full scope of the work, but we will be bringing items and challenges to them for their perspectives to advance the work. So definitely making sure it's a collaborative approach and utilizing that expertise on committee.
Okay, fantastic. And then maybe just one more piece on the task force, recognizing that the goal is to provide corporate-wide governance, recommendations for climate action. I assume we've tried to be quite broad in who we're bringing into that task force. I'm also thinking about things that are like natural tie-ins to climate action, like transit. Like, are there folks from like transit, ETS, and is there a comprehensive spread, I guess, of leaders around that table?
Yes, Councillor, there's a very wide swath of representatives across the organization. And so they were selected to the task force, not necessarily because of their subject matter expertise, but because of their ability to influence and understanding of the corporation and what needs to be done. And so they have been commissioned then to work with each of the departments and in a cascading structure down within each of the branches as well.
Okay, good to hear. And then I will yield the rest of my time and I'll come back for another round.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Just want to follow up on a couple of questions related to recognizing the urgency of action on tackling climate change and the commitment from this council and commitment from administration. I just want to focus on the actions that we can take instead of also looking at the work that's being done, for example, on the analysis around climate change, or modeling and the research. There are many other organizations that are doing that work. There's Environment Canada, Insurance Bureau, or Alberta Environment, and independent organizations. So instead of us doing that kind of analysis modeling, why would we not kind of rely on that work, trust that work is done by scientists, but focus on actions, what we can do with the limited resources that we have? Just want to get your thoughts on that.
Part of the analysis we do around changing climate is translating that to be more localized. So for example, we know Edmonton is one of the fastest warming regions in Canada, and so that helps us better contextualize what that means. So if we're warming at twice kind of the rate of the rest of the world, for every degree warmer we get, our risks increase. And so that helps us understand.
So that modeling and analysis kind of more local.
Yes.
Okay, I see it. And I'm sorry, Ann.
I just would add, Mayor, that you're right. We need to rely on other partners. And in fact, I met today with the VP of Research and Innovation at U of A, and we were talking about priorities. And I said, this is one of the priorities where I think U of A can help us a bit more, and on sort of city and municipal work. So, I think Chandra's absolutely right. We have to localize some stuff and make it Edmonton specific and be understanding of that. But we have lots of partners that can help. We can rely on for some of the big research pieces.
Rely on them and not duplicate the work and focus more on action and maybe understanding the local impact. Got it. Okay. Also I also saw that the strategy needs to be updated every 5 years, according to the Edmonton Charter regulations. I just want to understand that we know climate is changing, we know action needs to be taken, and I hope that update doesn't require us to have a very, very lengthy conversation, engagement, and then and that hinders some of the work that not hinder, maybe slows down some of the work that needs to be accelerated.
I think that's a fair point to take, that if we're putting more resourcing into strategy update, it's taking resourcing away from other action areas. Yeah, I think we can be smart in terms of the strategy update and making it focused instead of maybe as sweeping and broad as the 1.5 update was last time.
I just I don't know how much change, right, on modeling around 1.5 degrees Celsius, maintaining at that level, so or striving to that. So okay, so can you kind of right sizing that kind of process, or like how would you go about it?
So yeah, we think we're approaching this next cycle as a refresh, confirming what's in there, not a comprehensive update. So it may inform that some of the actions that were in the strategy didn't advance. Why didn't they advance? Perhaps they weren't the right action item. So it'd be more of a refresh than a completely new piece of work.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking this question is that we heard this during the zoning regulation quite a bit from people who wanted us to be more aggressive on climate change. They were saying, you've been talking about this, you update these things on a regular basis, but you're not showing action. I don't necessarily agree with everything they said, but I think there's a point there, right? Stop talking, right? Stop consulting, focus on action. Or not stop, maybe not spend not invest too much resources on that work, but put resources toward action.
Agreed and understood. We'll take that feedback and share the approach and timelines and scope of when we do that refresh with council.
Okay, I'll stop here, and I do have other questions. I'll come back. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Kind of building off what you were talking about, I really like and appreciate the work that's here, but could administration comment, like, given our fiscal situation and given the fact that, the two biggest sources of emissions are our transportation system and our buildings, we've just made a huge move on zoning bylaw. Is it necessary to have a chief climate officer and some of these other administrative positions? If we were to take those funds and route them into, say, new bus drivers, just new routes on the street, we know every time we have a bus that's getting, 37 cars off the road. At what point do we just really lean into frontline services?
Yeah, Councillor, maybe I'll start. Andre here. I've heard a lot of positive support for the concept, which is quite frankly a new concept of having a chief climate officer at the leadership table. We've heard loud and clear from the committee that they want us to focus on culture change, and I think that requires leadership. And really proud of our executive leadership team, but we don't have a climate actions expert on our executive leadership team. So I think adding that is very crucial, and I think is one of the key ways, that in combination with a task force and then the continued work in collaboration with the committee, I think is what will help us change the culture. And the committee, the advice I'm getting from committee is culture number one. We have to change that to get all these other things done. I also think, you know, we're not talking, you know, a huge executive salary for one position, so it's not like I could hire a bunch of people anyways. I think it's a modest investment for a very crucial leadership position that many are, and I'm getting comments from across the country on that's an interesting move, and let us know how that goes. So I hope that we're leading here with that kind of level of influence on leadership teams.
I appreciate that. That's a helpful explanation. I would say though, like we have a number of remarkable leaders already within the city. And the last budget, the 4-year budget we passed, is a generational investment in climate. The district planning and the zoning bylaw renewal is unprecedented across North America, I think. The work that we've done through bus network redesign that's actually got more hours of service, and we saw the fastest post-COVID recovery. I mean, when we look at, if we redefine climate as clean air and clean water, we're really, I think we're take this as a compliment. I think like we already have some incredible work underway, and it's a question of how best to keep building on that. So I would just I'm curious how, like, if culture and governance are the problem, what are the ways that we untangle that, keeping in mind we're already appreciating all the good work already done?
Yeah, I don't think they're the problem. I think that we can just be more focused on this. And so from my perspective, given what we're trying to do, I think this will just really help. And I've also gotten a lot of independent advice that says this is a good move to do it. And so I would like to try this. And yeah.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. That's helpful, and it'll be helpful to communicate. I guess then with the dedicated climate fund, I just want to make sure my math is right here. It's less than a 1% property tax per person, or sorry, sorry, could you help me? What is the property tax implication again? Could you pull that slide back up?
Councillor Jans, well, that slide's coming up here. I think just you can go one more up, maybe.
Yeah, so we're talking less than 1% per year. And if my math is correct, like on a $500,000 house, a 1% property tax increase is like $3. On a $750,000 house, it's $4. I'm curious about, is there any other investment in the city right now that has a better payoff between 2024 and 2023?
I think it's probably a question for.
I don't.
Go ahead.
I think we'd have to do some work to get that answer.
Yeah.
I would absolutely agree that this is excellent value for money, no matter how we end up funding it. And I think, like I've mentioned before, I think there's lots of things we're doing towards climate change that we still are not necessarily counting towards some of the action. So I think there's even more value that we can demonstrate the more we do some of this work. And again, that speaks to some of the work I think the Chief Climate Officer can help us really focus in on with the finance folks. But it is absolutely good value for money.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, well, maybe a bit of a cheeky follow-up to that, but you know, what would be the tax levy impact of $1 billion a year, which is what we're anticipating in terms of the impact of unmitigated climate change? And that's maybe a bit of a rhetorical question, but you know, when you imagine how steeply we would have to increase taxes to meet those direct costs that we might face as a city, I'm assuming that's a tripling or quadrupling of property tax.
Yeah, $1 billion tax. Yeah, the tax increase for $1 billion would be quite significant.
Yeah.
The other factor that we know, Councillor, is that if you invest in mitigation activities, especially on the infrastructure mitigation side, for every dollar you invest, you save $4 dealing with it and reconstructing it after the disaster. And that's why we're doing things like building Fort Road underpass differently than we have in the past, because we're going to save that other $3, you know, if we ever have a flood, because it won't have an impact, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Just in terms of how, again, I think, you know, was it just last week and the week before we heard that climate change is such a priority for Edmontonians. Is it possible that we're able to if we were to move forward with a dedicated climate fund contribution, are we able to show that as a separate line item on a tax bill, for example? Is that legislatively allowed?
I might have to rely on some of our legal folks to answer that.
Sure.
Yeah, and I think it's a place that we've had lots of discussions about we show on tax bills, so maybe we could take that away on that one, because, yeah, unless there's an immediate desired answer.
And even if it's not on our actual tax bill, there could be information we send along with the tax notices that would kind of show what's going towards the climate fund.
Great. Okay, that's really helpful. I think again, I think being able to show that value for money to Edmontonians, or what exactly that's going towards, could be really powerful. Just flipping to the other report. So, yeah, apologies if I didn't fully digest this. So the reporting would go to a 4-year cycle, although with annual performance updates.
Yes, so what we're suggesting is adopting sort of good practices we see, like related to how the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change does it. They're able to do a very good comprehensive assessment of GHGs once every 4 years, but we could still provide annual updates on progress. So here's the number, but not a detailed understanding of what's driving that number. We find that very hard to produce every year because we're getting the data so late in the year.
Right. Yeah. And so would we still have the information we would need to do some course correction?
Yes, I think so. We have community greenhouse gas emissions reported through Connect Edmonton, City Plan, target measures. We can provide them annually in a standalone report too. And so we would be able to keep track of those trends, but to give you really good analysis, we wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
We're struggling to do that.
Yeah, no, and I think,
Can I also add that when we're measuring climate trends as well, year by year is really difficult, and it might be over or under reacting to actually what the trend is doing, because it is quite lagging. So yearly is maybe not the most informative time measure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key objective for me is to ensure that we're not being passive, that when action is needed, we have the ability to take that action. But it sounds like that's the intent of what's being proposed. Great. We talked a bit about, at some point, I recall with this idea of corrective action, and recognizing this may be a difficult position for administration to be in, but providing even sort of a third-party analysis about city council decisions and what helped or hindered some of the efforts, or what aligned or didn't align. Is that something that's been explored further, just so that we get a bit of a report card for our own decision making in a way that is constructive, hopefully, rather than shaming and blaming, but still to improve governance?
Definitely an interesting concept. It's not one we have explored. It's one we could take away and look at how that perhaps could be helpful in some way.
Great, and maybe even the EETC, I will never get the acronym right, but as a sort of external arm's length body, maybe that's a role too. Anyway, I'll come back around. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you so much. Maybe that could be the first thing the Chief Climate Officer could look into. And I also see the carbon budget as a good avenue for that. Yeah, thank you so much for both of these reports, super comprehensive, and also really appreciate all your input in helping me with the Climate Summit. And I apologize, I missed the main presentation. So I'm sorry if you're repeating some of the answers. But so I'm understanding the levy to start in 2024. This will be on top of the $376 million that we've already approved. Correct? Yes, okay. But let's assume for the next cycle, and this levy continues in the next cycle, will we then still have to, one flat levy for those additional years beyond the current cycle, will we then still be looking at additional like another 376 million, for example.
So I think the intent of this levy is to start to generate a fund that we could use to fund those kind of initiatives.
Right, because right now it's kind of like not one-off, but I mean, there is a strategic direction, but it is profile and packages and kind of all concocted together. This will be sort of take over in that place, right?
Right, we would have a dedicated fund to fund those kind of
Right.
profiles and packages.
So I know the 376 is a combination of operating and capital. Do you have a sense of like what percentage of the tax increase each year for 2023, 2026 is for that?
So yeah, you're right, Councillor Tang. It is the 376. The split is around 90 million is operating and around 287 million is capital. So the tax levy impact of that depends on what the operating impacts of capital are associated with each of those capital initiatives. And so, for example, I think around 190 million of that was funded, of that capital was funded through tax-supported debt. So you wouldn't actually see a lot of that debt servicing come on until closer to the end of the cycle or into the next cycle even. So that, yeah, it's kind of difficult to assess right now what the operating impacts of capital are for those.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I just want a point of reference for myself.
So as an order of magnitude, $100 million is around, in borrowing, is $7 million annual in debt servicing, which is around a 0.4% tax increase. So if we have around 190 million of that capital funded through tax-supported debt, that's around, when it's all built, that's around a 0.7 or a 0.8% tax increase.
Which is kind of like what you're proposing, but on an annual basis for this
coincidentally, they're pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, for this new levy, though, on an annual basis versus every 4 years. Okay, I see some head nodding. Thank you. And then, I thought it was interesting because it's such a long time horizon. And while we have our strategies and policies, how do you enshrine? Did you kind of give that thought about how do you enshrine such embeddedness to avoid any political shifts? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, if I'm understanding, sort of having those deep roots, so it doesn't matter what kind of changes there are. And I think that's part of the work of what the task force is looking at, to really look at that systemic pieces in our organization. Different pieces like that, the culture. If we have 12,000 employees who are, passionate and actively trying to find ways to take climate action, examples like that. So I think part of the work of the task force is looking at policies and bylaw changes that might be needed. Part of it is looking at our governance approaches, culture. So I think the focus of the task force right now is looking at some of those deep roots.
Yeah.
I would say, Councillor, maybe I'll take a crack at that as well. I would say that you got to make bold decisions that create irreversible momentum, which has been done in this country a lot. And I think of all those that rallied against the GST that was created, but no ever government came and reversed that, right, afterwards. So, I think it's about making bold decisions that become very difficult to reverse. And I think we're doing some of that.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you for that answer. I have a couple more, so I'll come back.
I'll just follow up on that, Andre, the bold decision that the previous council made in 2007 and 8 on the neighborhood renewal levy, very local decision, was done with a lot of engagement with public and demonstrated the benefits to the public and also the cost analysis of not taking an action. And that has been grained into in a way now that it's very solid. It had what is that word? Stood the test of time and changes in council. And so I think, I was reflecting on that when we were thinking about it. I think it's worth exploring. I think it's important. It is important that we explore the creation of a dedicated levy, but with deep engagement with Edmontonians. So it becomes an educational exercise on everything, action, benefits, inaction, drawbacks, and all that, right? So I think it's worth exploring. Maybe, I think it'll take some time. So another thought I have, we want to share with you, can we look at as an option when we engaging in this and developing this, having further conversations, are there potential future revenues that could backstop that levy? You don't have to rely on increasing taxes. For example, APCO dividend comes into mind, or franchise fees comes into mind. You set a target, say 1% or whatever, but you say, okay, well, in 1 year, if we get this dividend or this franchise fees, we won't have to raise taxes to pay for that. So I think just thinking beyond the tax levy and thinking into other revenue sources to create the dedicated fund.
Yeah, absolutely. The answer to the second is absolutely yes, and we're doing some of that already, so that we'll continue to do. I think just on the first one, I think you're right. I think once people see the benefits of things and there'll be more people on board, then it becomes harder to reverse as well. I'll use the example of solar. The solar grants that the city and the federal government has provided has I think shown people, there's some real advantage to doing these things and taking these actions and investing. I think that's been a way of proving that to people. And now when we put solar grants out, they get taken up so quickly, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's now, it becomes a will of the people. They want to do this. There's lots of, they're oversubscribed all the time. So yeah, it's a good example.
Okay, so what direction, do you need direction from committee to go do further analysis about creating dedicated, I wouldn't call it tax levy, dedicated fund, right? It could come out of tax levy, could come out of future revenue, could come out of other potential revenues that might be coming from other orders of government to tackle climate change or franchise fees or whatever that might be.
I don't believe we need other direction because we are doing that in some of our OP12 work, and we're doing it regardless, and we'll continue to do so. I think what we will commit to doing is reporting on those ideas and sharing that with committee as we keep going.
Okay, got it. Okay, good. What is the status of the CEIP now?
So it's very exciting. We anticipate the full rollout in the first half of 2024. So within the next couple of months, right after the winter break, anticipate to bring forward the draft bylaw. And so then there's a few mechanisms of signing agreements and communicating to the public, but hopefully targeting a late spring rollout for the permanent program.
Can you remind me the value of that, the amount?
We're looking at having about $20 million available. We think that's the right amount based on what we're seeing for an uptake. Okay. But there may need to be adjustments depending on the interest of the program.
Good. And also on the EV charging infrastructure, I think Canada Infrastructure Bank has some goals around building EV charging stations throughout the country. I don't know if we are tapping into that opportunity.
We've, as an organization, invested a lot of effort in the past year to be shovel-ready for when there are grants available. So I believe there's an announcement coming out within the next month. Okay. And we've done a lot of conceptual design work to be ready to access that funding.
Got it. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. So now I have a lot of questions about the dedicated climate fund, and maybe I'll build off of some of the things that Councillor Tang was saying. So for me, the potential of a dedicated climate fund really comes from a place of trying to address some of the challenges we ran into at the budget, where there was a lack of sustainable and predictable funding, and it really felt like we were sort of having to pull things off a shelf and almost in an ad hoc manner bring those together. And I think we did. I think we did a fantastic job, and the $376 million is to show for that. I guess, is it possible to retroactively, maybe that's the wrong word, but maybe is it possible to consider the $376 million that we've already invested into climate action as those first 4 years, if we're creating a dedicated fund? Like, because to Councillor Tang's point, we're sort of not double counting, but we're stacking where the 376 is already there, and then we're saying, and there would be the potential of a dedicated fund on top of that. I recognize that might spread it out a little bit, but I would assume that the 376 is probably getting close to that percent annually anyways. What would that look like? I know that might be a little nuanced and complex, but, and I guess that would mean it start in 2027.
Yeah, so I mean, a couple of things I can speak to there, Councillor Salvador. So I think, like I previously mentioned, the dedicated levy would be to develop a fund of $2.7 billion on top of the $376 million. So you would need that in addition to the 376 in order to reach the community targets, the emission targets. If you retroactively applied that, so if you consider that your kind of funding over this 4-year cycle, then you would just be kind of deferring the required dedicated tax increase to get you to the $2.7 billion. So you would just be pushing that tax increase out, and it would need to be a greater tax increase over a shorter period of time.
Would that future amount and future allocation, like would it be increased though if we're already counting the 4 years?
I think it's a bit like the question of can we count it, which we've had in other conversations, and I think it really is up to council if you want to count it or not. But yeah.
Yeah, and so just to add to that, so like I mentioned before, the capital component of the $376 million is a large majority of it. So that is like a one-time funding component. So not a lot of it is ongoing funding.
Do we have the numbers on what amount is ongoing?
Yeah, just give me 1 second here. So the capital is 286 million, so that's one time. The operating component is 90 million. And so I'm not sure if all of that is one time or ongoing. It's probably split, but I would say even a component of that 90 million operating funding is probably one time as well. So I guess I could say majority of that is one-time funding.
Okay, well that's helpful, because I was thinking if there was somewhat of an ongoing component, that could be a nice way to start things off. But it's sounding like most of it is one time and not. Go ahead, Stacy.
So I think, like, I understand what you're saying, but even if you have an ongoing component, it means you're paying for something in the base budget. And so if you wanted to count that as part of this, you would have to then not pay for the thing that was paying for, or you would still have to raise the same amount of money.
Right.
You still need to solve $2.7 billion.
Okay. I am likely going to come back to that. I appreciate you entertaining that, though. I know it's a little complex and circular, but yeah, I think this council has spent a lot on climate this budget cycle. It's really about setting up future budgets for success to make sure that stability is there, and we can avoid that ad hoc process like we had now. So I'm speaking to you, but I'll stop now and come back for another round.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Gans?
In the interest of time, I'll follow up offline, but yeah, thanks.
Councillor Tang?
So I actually had the same question, that what if we started with the next budget cycle instead, and so 10 years becomes what, 2037, or you just have a higher, and I was wondering, how much would it, okay, let's assume it's 10 years until 2033, but we start at the next cycle, how much what did you do the calculation of how much it would be for an annual? I mean, assuming it'll be between 1% to 2%.
I mean, I'll start with saying this is just kind of a very high-level estimate of what we think the dedicated tax increase would need to be to reach your targets by 2050.
Yeah.
So if there's any shift in that, that's going to kind of risk meeting the targets, or you're going to be required to have to raise that tax increase over a shorter period of time. So there's like a few levers you can play with here. And another thing I want to mention is that in order to start realizing the compounding impact of emission reductions, the more you delay the investments, the less time you have to actually realize those emission reductions.
No, fair enough. And I think I was also curious, do we have an estimate of how much money we are actually saving from the energy efficiencies in recent years based on various decisions that's been made over the years? And how do you, how do you account for that? But number one, do we have estimates? Or are we tracking that pretty closely?
We are beginning to put the processes in place where we can track that better. So for example, of the 6 major retrofit projects over the last year, we think there is about $500,000 to $700,000 annually in savings from reduced energy costs. And so that number changes, obviously, as the number of buildings increases. That could also, you could also expand the view of that to include cost savings from solar if we're generating our own energy, or fuel savings from switching to alternative vehicles like electric vehicles.
Yeah, that's great. And then the 6th project probably only came online, like a decision was made maybe a while ago, but didn't come online until recently, right? That's why you have a bit of that lag.
Yes, exactly. So
Okay.
those projects were funded through the last budget cycle, and then by the time the construction's done and we're able to do like post and pre and post evaluation, there's a bit of a audit process involved in that.
Yeah, and maybe not for now, but I would be curious because the carbon budget and the strategies for net zero goals was done prior to this conversation around a dedicated fund. I'll be curious, if that were ever to come to fruition, how that would impact both of those things. Lots of conversation about InterGov, and I'm curious what's coming up on the horizon in light of the GOA's recent announcement on net zero by 2050. I feel like I'm seeing lots at the federal level, but I'm curious if there's anything on your radar at the provincial level.
In terms of their new climate plan?
Yeah, like anything from municipalities or...
I think there's some strong alignment, in terms of helping, utilities, for example, take more climate action. One of the, if I'm remembering correctly, one of the ideas in the provincial climate plan is allowing utilities to do some demand side management. So they're not allowed to do that right now. Utilities are on board with that. That's something municipalities support too. So there are some areas, I think, where there's some strong alignment in terms of being able to advance actions.
Great. Hopefully we can continue those conversations. And then I did ask this offline, but at the federal level, what about Green Municipal Fund? Do we have many projects in the pipeline?
We have a few. So, for example, the pilot for the Clean Energy Improvement Program, we used GMF funding for that. We have another 2 that we're receiving funding for, I think, quite shortly. A lot of the GMF funding on the operating side is to do pilots or studies and not ongoing operational needs. And then some of the capital projects were excluded from, or some of the capital grants were excluded from applying for those because we are an LC3 community. So they have certain exemptions if you have a low carbon city center to be able to access GMF funding.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. What I would suggest that this idea requires quite a bit thinking, brainstorming, and we are thinking aloud here as well, right? In this conversation, we are throwing out ideas. I think instead of trying to sort it out here today, maybe there's some planning session or something that is required, right? So to brainstorm those ideas further and then exploring this idea. I'm pretty sure there are many other creative ideas of, that'll be generated. So that's what I would suggest, that we deal with this item now, right? I mean, accept it for it's for information, right? Except for information, you understood the desire of the committee to further explore that. Then you can figure out how to engage with council members or generate some ideas. then we can move forward to the next item on the agenda and deal with those. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. Good. So, Councilor Salvador, you want to move it that we receive for information? Or you have questions?
I still have a few questions. So just, I guess, some lingering ones. I had the question about SEEP as well. Great to hear that's underway and still on target. Just wanted to ask about, the opportunities for the accumulated savings from energy efficiencies as well. So just my understanding is that is coming back, and we're going to get to talk a little bit more about that at future update, future opportunity. And the establishment of a reserve from some of the savings associated with that?
That's correct. So that was one of the subsequent items that would come out of this analysis, is that once you start a dedicated fund and you start generating savings, you could establish a reserve and a revolving fund to kind of fund future projects. So that would be something that would be a subsequent discussion as a part of this.
Okay. And just for clarity to the mayor's point, I'm just seeking a bit of an understanding of where we could have that conversation. If we're going to be accepting this for information, I think there's, some really important conversations that need to happen, some good ideas that have been floated around the table. What could that look like, maybe to City Manager?
Yeah, what I would ask councillors, let us sort of think about what we've heard today, and then we can come back with a plan to council on how we could bring that forward. Because I am sort of in my mind thinking, okay, do we do like an info session that would allow some more brainstorming with council? Because I don't, like the mayor said, I think there's other ideas out there as well. So just in the moment, I'm thinking let's do an info session to brainstorm, and then that would lead to more of a formal discussion at committee after that, is what I'm thinking.
Okay, that sounds great. Well, if that's the case, then I just have one more. If we get to a place where there is a dedicated fund, or whether maybe that's through OP12 and reprioritization, or maybe federal funding becomes available and some of our advocacy efforts pay off, how do we prioritize our actions? Like, if we come into a significant pool of funding for climate action, I just need to understand, what is our prioritization structure? Like, what do we do first? How does that work?
I'll just start generally by saying, I think value for investment, and I'll use the example of retrofitting buildings. We have somewhere in the order of $800 million worth of retrofits, but we know there's a 10% of that is a much higher value in terms of what you invest. So I think we continually have to come back to council in all the different areas, demonstrating what is the value from a climate action perspective per dollar, if you will. And that won't be the only factor, but I think it should be an important factor. We don't want to be putting a lot of money into things that have very little value, even though it has some value. So I think we have to prioritize using that method. But over to the team for more details, perhaps.
Yeah, echoing something very similar, in that we would look to council. We'd come forward with different options. But because there is a number of different ways that this could happen, do we look at items that would be locked in? So to make sure that we don't lock in emissions, do we focus in that area? But all of this is scalable to the investment that comes, and so we haven't done a plus investment or a negative investment. So it would be something that we'd have to look at, do some analysis, and check in with council to make sure that that it's appropriate. And perhaps it's more on the adaptation side, where we harden our community to the climate change risks and save some of those dollars by right-sizing or making sure our infrastructure is resilient to that change as well. So, but we do know that most of the emissions in our community are buildings and transportation. So it would probably be in those two buckets.
And often those two buckets are the ones that have sort of the knock-on effects and benefits in other realms that are important to Edmontonians. So that's great to hear. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, sir. Just some very, very brief technical questions. I was surprised to see the building emissions going up in 2022, given that we have our green building energy guidelines in place. Is that just sort of an absolute growth in inventory, or why do we see that increase?
Part of it is due to just the weather of the year even, right?
wow.
So we've seen over the last 2 years, higher cooling demands, like the need to cool buildings than we've ever experienced in the past. So that increases our energy. Yeah. So some of it is weather related.
Interesting. No, that's fascinating. And I assume that those findings are potentially informing our green building standards so that, we are making sure that we're incorporating energy efficient cooling practices. Great. And then this is a very ignorant question, but our overall carbon budget and our goals are not on a per capita basis. Is that right? They're sort of an absolute amount, or so we need to be decreasing even as our population is growing.
Yeah. We have to decouple it from growth.
Okay, interesting. And then finally, I don't know if an answer can be provided right now, but I have been thinking about the renewable energy certificates for offsetting our electrical use. Have we ever looked, like, that's different from procuring green energy, is that right? And have we looked at sort of the cost magnitude of those two options in terms of the certificates versus actually going out and procuring green energy?
I don't have that number in front of me, but starting in 2024, we are going to begin having 100% green electricity. So we've entered into a 20-year green electricity contract. So that will help look at our corporate electricity emissions. There's still offsets that are going to be required to reach 2040 around our fuel usage, our heating usage, but in terms of our electricity come 2024, we're going to be starting to run, beginning to run on some green power.
Wow, that's really exciting. And I think that's a neat way of thinking about it. So we are dealing with our offset requirements for electricity by directly procuring green energy. And then it looked like we're also looking at some strategies again with the fuel procurement as well, with renewable natural gas, and then also changing our fleet composition as well. Okay, well, thank you so much. Really appreciate the report and the conversation today.
Thank you so much. I just have one question on if you have on the prioritization that Councilor Salvador was talking about, say if you have $10 million, we have two targets. One is to be net zero by 2040 for the corporation, and then net zero for the community by 2050. Do we kind of think in a more of a siloed way that our goal is to reduce our emissions, so we put that $10 million toward the corporate emissions reduction, or we make a decision, okay, this $10 million is going to actually make a huge difference in the reducing community emission by building enabling infrastructure? Do we don't think in silos in that way, right? Or we think more of, okay, what is the best impact?
Yeah, best impact overall for sure, Mayor. And I think if we were to do an assessment like that, to say community was bigger impact, but it would hurt our goals as a corporation, I think that's something we bring back to council and say, we think it's worthwhile.
Yeah.
Perhaps, I'm not saying that's the case, I'm just saying that we look at it collectively. And I think we always have to, I think the corporate side is about leadership by example in many ways, which we want to do and demonstrate. But I think we will always look at both.
Yeah, because corporate emissions are about 2% of the city's total emissions, right? If you can reduce more in the community, then overall emissions are reduced.
But I also think sometimes we have to demonstrate that, that it can be done, right?
Yeah,
so, and then I would also say there are priorities within priorities, like I've talked about retrofits, right? We've got lots of retrofit capacity and needs. We're going to prioritize the biggest ones, the ones that are most going to get us towards our goal.
Got it. Okay, good. That's all. Councilor Salvador, you want to move? I will move that we accept this for information, both reports for information. Okay. All right, we have motion on the floor now. Anyone to speak? No? Let's vote. Please vote. Great work again. I think as we're progressing into these meetings, I'm just speaking for myself, I'm getting more and more impressed with our administration leadership coming from our administration in every aspect. So thank you for all the hard work that you've been doing. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We're just getting that sent out now.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright?
I was waiting for it to come up. I'm a yes.
I'm yes too.
Thank you. We seem to be having a couple technical difficulties. We have all 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. All right. Now we are on to seven 7.8, emergency response computer aided dispatch integration sole source contract. Councillor Jans exempted this. Is there any presentation on this, or?
We could make brief opening comments, or
Sure.
we can just go right to the question.
Just go do some comments, please, if you don't mind.
Good afternoon, committee. I'm Darrell Croft, branch manager for the Open City and Technology branch. I am joined by a wealth of colleagues. Apologies, some of them have fallen ill today. So we've got representation here from community services, from the community standards and neighborhood branch, as well as a number of members of my branch and some members from the law branch. We're here today seeking your approval for a sole source contract with a value in excess of $1 million for the city's or with the city's existing computer-aided dispatch vendor, Hexagon. As per City Administrative Bylaws 16620, agreements over $1 million that do not arise from a competitive procurement must be approved by committee. This agreement will expand computer-aided dispatch services already being utilized by multiple business areas within the city, as well as Alberta Health Services and the Government of Alberta, emergency management systems to peace officers and enforcement officers in the Community Standards and Neighborhoods branch. The project and associated budget were both approved.
I know you want to.
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, my mic was off.
Okay.
Go ahead. Apologies. The project and associated budget were both approved previously by council as part of the 2023 to 2026 operating budget. With that, thank you for your time today, and I will now welcome any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, please go ahead.
Thank you. My apologies. I was talking to my child and I said, I know you want Bluey, the TV show, lest anyone thought they heard something obscene. I apologize. So the, yeah, I was just trying to understand here. Am I correct that this, the cost is double what was more than double what was approved during the budget last year? I'm just trying to check my notes here.
Councillor, that is not correct. There was an existing approval for up to, I believe, just over $2 million, and that encapsulated the existing spend for fire rescue services and the other branches within the city already making use of this. This agreement, this contract amendment seeks to expand that agreement to add the additional licensing and capabilities for us to expand this into the community services department and branch.
Oh, okay. So it's a more inclusive expansion package, so to speak.
Yeah, that would be one way to consider it. Again, at the risk of just trying to sort of simplify this, it is already in use in a number of areas. Due to an audit finding where the Office of the City Auditor made the recommendations that dispatch services should be provided to this area, we're looking to expand the capabilities and technologies to now deliver it to another area within the city.
Okay, excellent. And this will cover the entire amount? We're not anticipating any further budget requirements?
This will cover the entire amount for the acquisition, the contract amendment, as well as the implementation and the ongoing maintenance for the remainder of this budget cycle.
Okay, and okay, and the reason we sole sourced is because we're already using it, we're satisfied with it, we just want to grow that program.
Yes, and I had to go back. In 2005, previous council had provided some of the first approval for this as a sole source in perpetuity. Yeah. That said, it is essentially the de facto standard, not just within sort of Edmonton or the greater Edmonton area, but across the province. Our colleagues in Calgary use it. The province of Alberta uses it. It is used by the majority of U.S. municipalities, as well.
Excellent. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jens. Councillor Wright? Councillor Wright, go ahead. Okay, Councillor Stevenson, you want to go ahead?
Sure, thank you. I just wanted to understand the implications of this investment in terms of the integrated call evaluation and dispatch center. Just wanting to ensure that this doesn't lock us into an approach or a technology that would work against that future integration.
Councillor, in terms of the integrated dispatch solution being contemplated, I believe this positions us quite well. So we would then have all city departments using dispatch services on a common platform. Again, this is a fairly ubiquitous platform used by many response providers, if you will. Ultimately, though, I would also say that the integrated computer dispatch initiative is in its infancy, so there's a lot of discovery underway. But I think by the city saying that we would arrive with a fairly standard package that's already been integrated would be quite complementary to the product. So I would not reasonably anticipate this paints us into a corner, for lack of a better term, or causes us to have to go back and undo things that we have done. I believe this is foundational work that can be built upon.
Built upon, okay. That's really encouraging. And do we know, does EPS use the same system, or are they on a different technology?
I have a number of municipalities. Let me just see. I'm going to call on one of my colleagues who I believe is online. Bob Dufresne, who is my Director for Business Applications. Are you online and available?
I am.
To the councillor's question, is EPS using Hexagon?
Yes, they are. They're on the same version and product that we are for fire rescue and transit.
Amazing. Okay, well then this, as you say, is great foundational work to support that move. So really excited to see it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright?
My apologies there. It was wanting me to enter a password. Okay. I'm just, sorry, Mr. Dufresne, you're with the company, or you're with administration?
No, sorry, I'm the Director of Business Solutions in OCT under Daryl Croft.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. So I'm just wondering, again, why wasn't this assessed, I guess, at the initial outset that we would need this within community standards when it came last fall to budget?
So I would just, Councillor Wright, this isn't a budget decision. This is a decision to enter a contract on a sole source basis to extend a technology to that department.
So no additional funds are required to extend this contract?
No, this was already approved during budget discussions.
Oh, okay. I do apologize. I misunderstood that. Okay. Okay, I'm good then.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Okay, thank you.
So that concludes the questions. Any more questions on this? If not, Councillor Jens, you may, I'll move it because you might be, you're looking after your kid. Let me find here's the recommendation. Where did I put it? Okay, there is sole source agreement between the City of Edmonton and Intergraph Canada ULC Hexagon for the purpose of these are big words that my tongue wouldn't twist. Proprietary software maintenance and related services for an amount not to exceed 1.6 million Canadian, excluding GST, as outlined in November 1st, 2023 Financial and Corporate Services Report CS 02096 be approved, and that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the city manager. Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Please vote.
Yes.
In favor.
Thank you, councillors. We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please.
It has carried 5
It
to
has
0.
carried? Okay, thank you. 7-8 is concluded. Responses to consular inquiries, none. Private reports, none. Motions pending. First one, 10.1, capital and operating fiscal gap analysis. This is from me. I will move that administration provide the following. A report detailing the capital funding shortfall, an assessment of the factors contributing to the shortfall, including but not limited to changing expectations, the evolution of responsibilities within municipal, provincial, and federal jurisdictions, loss of funding sources, and further options to address the funding shortfall. B, a report detailing the operating funding shortfall, an assessment of factors contributing to the shortfall, including but not limited to changing expectations, the evolution of responsibilities with the municipal, provincial, and federal jurisdiction, and loss of funding sources, and future options to address the funding shortfall. Both will, it will come back Q4 2024, and the first one will come back Q2 2024. And just to explain, Edmontonians have every right to be concerned about the future sustainability of city's finances, given that just last year, Council passed a reasonable 4-year budget that invested in core services and addressed priorities issues like public safety, housing, anti-racism, and reconciliation. And at Council's direction, administration has already reduced $60 million from the 2023-2026 budget, and is also working to find $240 million of existing resources to reallocate to core services. But this year, we are facing additional challenges with the budget that we have set. Edmonton is not alone in the challenges we face. Municipalities across the country are being asked to respond to new and growing set of problems without a corresponding increase in the resources and without having a revenue growth potential of other order of governments. We can't continue to passing this burden on to municipal taxpayers who are also grappling with the impacts of inflation and skyrocketing household cost. And this motion is intended to help provide Edmonton-specific context and data to build on our intergovernmental funding advocacy efforts. The work will enable the city to effectively communicate a clear narrative on the challenges we face while building awareness on the causes and growing the funding, growth in the funding gaps and its impact on the tax levy. And I ask that my council colleagues to offer the support for this motion. And I'll open to questions. Seeing none, we can vote. All right, please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And let me find my notes. That's okay. The next one is explore Edmonton tax forgiveness options. This is also from me, and Councillor Tang helped, or it's from Councillor Tang on behalf of her, that administration returned to Executive Committee with a report outlining the tax forgiveness options for taxes assessed to explore Edmonton at 2011 94th Street Northwest, account number 109-72146, to explain the transition of some aspects of EEDC operations and properties to explore Edmonton has led to some outstanding financial issues on property management and taxes that I would like us to help get resolved. The requested tax exemption applies to the period from 2020 to before the transfer of the BBDC building from Explore Edmonton to API. The total amount is $1.2 million, which includes both property and education tax. This amount continues to accrue a penalty of approximately $1,400 a month. I understand how property tax was paid by when EEDC ran, BBDC was different. The property taxes were charged directly to the subtenants, and that mechanism did not transition over to the transfer of the facility to Explore Edmonton. And this is a contributing factor along with others to the situation that Explore Edmonton is in. And this report is to get the relevant background information and options to add to the committee to help with the decision and bring closure. And I want to thank Councillor Tang for bringing this to our attention. Okay, any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And notice of motions or motions without customary notice.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may. Thank you. I move the following. Sorry, thank you. I move notice of motion that the Edmonton Police Commission provide council a memo with the following information: number of EPS employees with total compensation in excess of the following in 2021: 125,000, 150,000, 175,000, 200,000, 225,000, 250,000, 275,000, 300,000, 325,000, 350,000, 375,000, 400,000.
Okay, thank you. And you will make that at the, when will you make that, sorry?
At the next council meeting, as per the clerk's direction.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, any other notice of motions or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 4:58.